Well, hello and pleasant good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're tuned in around the world. It is the TTCB Under 23 Cup 2025 edition. We're coming to you live from the National Cricket Centre in Balmain, Vancouver. And today is round 3, the final day of round robin action in the Under 23 Cup. And here at NCC, we have the East and Northeast Scarlet Ibis coming up against the Southeast Hummingbirds. And news from the middle is that the East Northeast Scarlet Ibis have won the toss and they'll be bowling first. As you can see in the frame, the teams are already out on the field along with the two umpires. And we are just about ready to get going. We'll go through the teams for you in a moment. I'm joined this morning by Dylan Sharma, a very famous name in Indian cricket, Sharma. Morning, Dylan.
Morning, Gerald Basu, here at the NCC, and hopefully we witness a great final group game here before the final gets underway later on. And we are gonna see the Scarlet Ibis getting ready to bowl, and the Hummingbirds getting ready to bat. Matthias Komal and Tariq Mohammed at the crease. Komal got off to a great start in the last game, but wasn't able to quite carry on.
And
See if he can continue with that form. Did look quite attacking in his play.
And speaking about that batting team, just to run through the Hummingbirds unit for you. Tariq Mohammed, the captain, Kali Mohammed, Matthias Komal, Jason Negard, Raul Ali, Isaiah Gomez, Matthew Cooper, Nicholas Ali, Vanir Maharaj, Liam Mamchan, and Brandon Budu. Of course, Brandon Budu comes into the team because Damian Joachim, Ricardo Chase, and Joshua Telemark are all unavailable. And regular vice captain Antonio Gomez is now off to national duty with the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force in preparation for the 4-day championship starting next week. And the East Northeast Scarlet Ibis, Kavir Budu Singh, Ricky Ragunanan, and Aidan Lakan Singh, the three players to miss out. Captain Sion Hackett, Anderson Mahes, Christian Mangra, Ronel Ramlogan, Giovanni Ramdeni, Leonardo Julian, Andre Suglal, Jediah John, Samir Ali, Shazad Mohammed, and Avendra Singh is the playing 11 for the Scarlet Ibis. So once again, the Scarlet Ibis won the toss and they decided that they're going to have a bowl first. And Jediah John, who had a good outing in that lost on the previous day to the Masqueraders, the North Tobago Masqueraders. A truncated game. We had some rain on Wednesday. But Jediah John will get us started from the northern end, the end where the cycling velodrome and the Arthur Stadium sit. Starts with a wide one. Matthias Komal and Tariq Mohammed, the opening batters. Komal facing up first here. And you would have gotten a look here.
Well, it's actually Tariq facing up here. Komal is left-hander, so we'll see him soon.
Yeah, my graphics man just playing a little trick on me. And you can see here, this is how the points table stand after the first two rounds. North Tobago Masqueraders sit atop on 6 points. They are the defending champions. Central Southwest Flamingos are second. Good one. Did he get some pad? Did John? The appeal, the umpire just walks away though. Nice foolish delivery. Looking to attack those stumps, get a little bit of in-drift.
Exactly what you want to be doing up front. Look for that pad, look for that movement. He has done well readjusting after that wide, but no movement by the umpire, so he'll have to continue on.
And this Southeast Hummingbirds team are pointless. They have lost both their encounters so far to the Masqueraders and the Flamingos. Of course, at this juncture, it can be anybody to get into that second spot, if you think about it. Because if the Flamingos lose today to the Masqueraders, they'll stay on 3 points. If the Hummingbirds pull off a victory today, they'll go up to 3 points. So there'll be 3 teams on 3 points. It's going to come down to net run rate. Nicely driven through the covers. Good stop by that fielder running around from point. So the first run on the board off the bat. Of course, when it comes down to run rate, you mentioned that final. That final will be on Sunday coming at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. The North Tobago Masqueraders, the defending champions, and they seem quite confident that they're going to do the double and take the championship again.
Just have to wait and see.
Swinging to the leg side over the head of the man at mid-on, and is going to be the first boundary coming off the bat of Tariq Mohammed.
Well, that's the other side of pitching it up. Allow the batsman to get into that stroke, and played it quite well, going as straight as he could have, going with the movement as well. Does look like he is going to be very keen on attacking that pad. 4 fielders in the leg side, one at a short mid-wicket. Just one slip in place.
Yeah, and I tend to agree. I always prefer seeing left-handers who are going to get that natural left-handers movement and swing, as there's a little bit of a change in the field. The third moving into the circle. He's going to be going to point, and the point fielder, Anderson Mahis, will go into a gully. So you have a slip, a gully, and a backward point. Pitching up again, this one on a good length, drawing the batter forward, just past that outside edge.
Good change up there, just dropping the length back a little bit and getting it to angle across as well. It is very close to the edge there.
Yeah, I think if the bats were painted and you had a coat of paint on the bat, he may have caught the edge there. But good bowling here from John, as he did in the previous game. Just that boundary so far in the over. But as you said, that's the danger in pitching the ball up. But of course, in searching for the swing, of course, we know that breeze that comes across the National Cricket Centre from the eastern side, which is the offside. And this one doesn't get a run. But again, you can see John there just pitching it up, looking for that movement. And it will bring us to the end of the first over, will it? No, there's one ball to go. There was that wide to start with. So now Anderson Mahis has moved out of the gully, and he's moved into a second slip. I think the previous delivery where he almost nicked off, I think that's dictated that Cyan Hackett, the captain, decided to move Mahis in a little bit closer.
He's going back to the gully.
And it's going straight to him. The outside edge, there you go. That's why he's put that fielder there, Captain Cyan Hackett. End of the first over. Just the boundary in it and the wide. 5 without loss in this encounter between the Hummingbirds and the Scarlet Ibis. So we see the wicketkeeper calling for the helmet. So quite possibly we're going to see the introduction of spin quite early. And yes, we will see the introduction of spin quite early. Shazad Mohammed will come into the bowling attack from the administrative centre end. And something we saw here at the National Cricket Centre on day 2 with the Masqueraders and the Scarlet Ibis was a bit of turn from the surface. Mikel Govaya got the ball to grip and turn a bit. Mohammed himself got the ball to grip on occasions, as well as Anderson Mahis. So quite possibly that's the thinking from Cyan Hackett.
You're always going to get spin at this venue. So might as well bring them into the attack early.
Speaking about spin, was joking with the TTCB president. Maybe we need to get the West Indies team to practice here, and they'll have a better showing when they encounter pitches with spin, like they did in Pakistan a couple of days ago.
Second test gets underway tonight.
Tomorrow, Pakistan time. I just saw a notification though that Jaden Seals won't be playing. He's injured. I'm not too sure how that's going to go. I think Kemar Roach will come back into the team and replace him. Of course, Jaden had a wonderful outing in that first test. And he just seemed, as Jaden Seals, to go from strength to strength since we saw him last year at the regional championships when he was coming off of injury. He had that long stint.
You caught me a bit off guard with that. Didn't quite get that news before you. So
I'll give you one guess where that notification came from.
see, it's probably from. Well, I was gonna say it was from Twitter, but it's not.
You'll see the notification soon enough. Yes, Shazad Mohammed then from the southern end.
And yes, I said Twitter, not X. Continue to say Twitter.
Old habits die hard. It's still, I'm still getting accustomed to saying it as well. Nicely floated delivery. Looking to cut away was Komal, but when he finds the fielder Mahis in extra cover. Also something we saw from Shazad Mohammed on occasion last day of matches. He did his best to flight the delivery. Of course, with spinners, you know, the more you flight it, you tend to get a little bit of grip. This one's edged. Has he taken it? Cyan Hackett is claiming the catch. And Komal is walking, so the umpire has given it out on the field. A lovely delivery from Shazad Mohammed. Not as flighted as the first delivery, but right in that good area. And just about the batter's eye line. And there you go, just a hint of movement. And yes, Cyan Hackett with those big hands, getting those fingers under the ball. A lovely catch at first slip by the skipper.
Just two deliveries, Komal was able to last and finding the right area right away. Mohammed, difficult to leave that delivery. Had to play at it, but just sort of half-heartedly tried to defend it and came off the edge. Hopefully that's not a sign of things to come from West Indies later tonight.
But definitely for South-Southeast, this is not the start they would have wanted. Of course, they're on the hunt for points, and going one wicket down this early in the piece is not what the doctor ordered.
And Komal got them off to quite a good start in their chase last day, so would not be doing them too much good confident-wise. Having to have their number 3 come in so early.
And this is why that one down. Of course, remember the umpires get one look at it. We have the benefit of zooming in as close as we can. And there you go, yeah. The fingers are on the ground, under the ball, and curls under the ball. And very good catch by Cyan Hackett.
A lot of concentration required in those close-in positions, and wasn't caught napping early. Was well aware to the task at hand, and has a slip and the short leg in place. It's also a short cover as well, so really putting the attack on.
That's when he pitches wide. Just seemed to stick in the hand there a bit.
Certainly not where he intended that.
Yeah, but you can see what he's trying to do. Of course, coming around the wicket to the left-handers, he's trying to get that drift with the wind. As you see his jersey, Shazad's jersey, blowing there. He's trying to get that drift and then get it to hold as it did with Komal. Nice flight. And
Peel again.
this time for the stumping.
He is really tossing it up, looking to utilize that wind early, and it is a new ball, so might get a bit of extra movement through the air as well. one fielder in the deep to protect that sweep on the leg side.
There you go, nice flight again, and you can see a bit of that in drift, as you're mentioning. And today, the breeze is extremely strong here at the cricket centre, just out of your frame, beyond the sight screen. There's that bamboo patch that runs along the river, and you can see they're almost lying at 90 degrees, those trees behind the sight screen.
Breeze has generally been quite strong over the past week or so.
And what that's done is, on the days where we've had rain, because we had rain on both the opening days, both the first days, it pushed the rain away quite quickly, both here and at Gilbert Park.
It really came and went in a flash.
And you can see a bit of grip there. Final delivery of the over. And just the wicket in the over. So a maiden over here from Shazad Mohammed, and the wicket of Komal. Good start here from the south, from the east northeast team.
Maybe John to continue from that northern end.
5 for 1 after 2. So Brandon Budu, who's coming into the team, is the batter who replaced Komal. He won't be on strike. He's at the non-strikers end now. And Tariq Mohammed will face up to John. John beat the batter a couple of times in that opening over. Nice looking delivery, and Mohammed will pinch the single. The fielder at extra cover, just on his heels a bit.
That's really the simplicity of batting. All you need to do is just get a nice defensive shot, get yourself off the mark, and run that quick single. Always feel more comfortable after you get that first run, especially when you're in a pressure situation like this.
Yeah, it is a must-win game for them. Again, they sit at the bottom of the table without any points, and a win today can be so instrumental in giving themselves a chance to get into that final on Sunday. Of course, in the back of their minds will be their run rate as well. There you go again. Nice length here from John. And Budu just fending a bit at it.
He has those two slips as well as a short leg in place too. Like to see that early for the pacer.
Yeah, it's not Leonardo Julian under the helmet. He's at first slip. He was under the helmet in the previous game that they played against the Masqueraders. He had one drop catch in that position. Really difficult though sometimes when it's coming at you.
Again, a repeat of that previous delivery. Like I've seen Julian at every fielding position in the game. I think I've seen him bowl as well.
Yeah, I've seen him bowl as well too. He's quite the all-round cricketer, isn't he, Leonardo Julian? And he can hit the ball a long way. It just seemed when he came in the previous game, when the Scarlet Ibis were playing the Masqueraders, he just seemed to be batting on a different pitch. His first ball, he put it over the boundary. Pitching up just a tad more. But he seemed to have found his spot here, Jediah John.
Well, this is the first time I'm seeing him bowl, and I'm really quite impressed.
Of course, this is the first time he's bowling to a left-hander as well. So you would have had to make that adjustment in line more so. And he's done so pretty well.
Well, may have wanted to bowl to the left-handers. That wide we saw his first delivery, and he's not looked back since then.
Taking the inside edge, and so easily could have gone on to the stumps. This one just seemed to nip back at the batter rather than leave him. He was shaping to leave the ball.
Definitely came back in a bit there.
Yeah, didn't
Yes.
move as much as the previous deliveries.
Didn't go on to the stump, so I guess it was a good leave. A leave that resulted in a run.
Well, you always hear me say that the bat has edges on it. It's your bat. You got to use all parts of the bat. He used the under edge there. Picked himself up a single to get off the mark, did Boodoo. Driving in on the onside and well fielded at mid-on. Can't stop the single though. That would bring us to the end of the third over. Good over again from Jadab John. 8 for 1. Southeast Hummingbirds. You mentioned X just a little while ago, and one of the notifications I got was that the Sydney Thunder are into the BBL 14 final.
Well, David Warner getting to play his first full season for first time in a while in the Big Bash and making his mark. Would have watched a few days ago him come up against Glenn Maxwell's Melbourne Stars, and it's really quite a exciting game, a low scoring game that was as well.
They're coming up against your team, is it? I think you're a Hobart Hurricanes fan.
Certainly, I've enjoyed watching them play for a while now. Of course, we had Shea Hope play for them earlier in the season.
Yeah, he's now going to Dubai, and he's the holder of the green belt at present in the ILT20. Shazad Mohammed will continue from the administrative centre end. Tariq Mohammed will face up. Cyan Hackett just getting his field absolutely right. He himself is positioned at first slip, and he has employed a forward short leg.
Right on target there.
Yeah, Andre Suglal, the fielder, you're seeing just on the right of frame there at forward short leg. And he's in the business, but as it come off the bat, there's a loud appeal. They're celebrating more than appealing. The Scarlet Ibis. Shake of the head from umpire Simon Arun. He thinks it's all pad. Good work by the wicket keeper. Good alert to work by the wicket keeper. That's close.
It's very close. Hard to tell.
That's really close. Now remember, the umpires only get one look. We get 2 and 3 looks.
The umpire would have had to go off of the sound there a lot as well.
Yeah, and we just wait after this delivery. I think our producer will just zoom in for us so we can see whether or not it did take the bat. But making things happen here are the opening bowlers for the Scarlet Ibis. Sweeping, and we'll wait on the umpire to see if he got any bat on it. They'll pick up just one down to fine leg. And it's actually called a wide by umpire Arun, so it's going to be 2 runs, 1 for the wide and then the single that they ran.
Just getting a bit excited there, Shazad Mohammed trying to go for a bit more turn. Just straying a bit. Now Boodoo is back on strike.
A little flatter in trajectory. They're going to look for a single. No, it's not there. There's a fielder at backward point. Tariq Mohammed looks like he wants to play his shots, and he looks like he wants to get on. Brandon Boodoo, this is his first game into the team because of the unavailability of many of their players. It may take a while just to get settled.
Can't remember if it would have been secondary schools cricket that I might have seen him play before. Do remember a lot of positive reviews about him. interesting thing about the sets up, keeps his bat very low until the last moment. You don't often see that. You see a lot of batsmen employing that back lift very high.
Yeah, I think I called one of those secondary school games here. Would have seen Brendan Boodoo here at the National Cricket Centre, and he is definitely a very astute batter. He's very watchful when he needs to be. When he gets the bad balls, he's willing to put them away as they should. Just a bit of a change in the field. Mid wicket has now gone into place. Fine leg has gone out to deep square leg.
Oh, he spread the field really. The short leg has come out as well.
So another good over, good tight over here from Shazad Mohammed. And after 4 overs, it's a 10 for 1.
I was wondering if they wanted him to take that single to face up to the pace in this over that's now coming up.
As a left arm seamer, if you were John, would you prefer bowling at the right hander or the left hander?
I don't know why you just call me a left arm seamer. I'm not quite a left arm seamer, but
If you were John.
I think left arm seamers quite enjoy bowling to both right-handers and left-handers. I think a lot of times you see them getting those right-handers, especially on the pads. Remember my names?
Tariq Mohammed now will face up to John, who's going to continue. He's looking to go full again, so he's still searching for that movement, is Jediah John. And the breeze has subsided just a tad bit here at the National Cricket Centre. So we're going to see how much movement. We know that the ball doesn't swing for that long a period generally with a white ball. Of course, they're using a red ball, so maybe you may just swing a little bit longer than you're accustomed to in a 50 over encounter. Cutting, can't beat the point fielder and can't get the single either.
Was it one red ball or one red ball from each end?
I think they're using one red ball in this tournament. We'll have to confirm.
I think, given the fact that the red ball does tend to last a bit longer, it would be decent enough to use just one.
Dabbing and taking a single. Yes, they will complete the single. Mahesh had to run from the gully into that short point area to do the fielding. You mentioned the ball, red ball, white ball, which one lasts longer. I'm quite interested to see in the CWI Championships coming up. The pink ball is going to be the first time that is being employed in the championship.
One of the major concerns is going to be for dew.
I think on the first day of the North-South Classic, if I remember, they changed the ball about 3 times, did they? 2 or 3 times in the evening to night period.
Yeah, it was just in that last session that they had to change it. I think 3 times, yes.
Knowing that the championship is going around the Caribbean a little bit more now this year. Nice stop by the bowler. And all the teams are going to get the opportunity to play with the pink ball. I think Trinidad and Tobago, their first game is a day-night encounter in the Brian Lara Academy. I think Guyana's 3rd round match at Providence is a day-night encounter. I think Warner Park has a day-night game as well. think one of the games in Antigua for the academy will be a day-night encounter. So it's going to be interesting to see how the players, as we come to the end of the 5th over, 12 for 1, the Hummingbirds. It's going to be interesting to see how the teams adjust and how they handle it. Because that day-night test matches are becoming more and more common in some of the bilateral series around the world. Of course, India and Australia had a pink ball test recently.
The only way to really be able to practice fully for those matches when they do eventually come around is to play at first class level. Of course, the added advantage of that is more times when people see those matches going on, they might get more chances to look in at them in the evening sessions, just be coming home from work and stop in.
Shazad Mohammed will continue into his 3rd over now. Drive through the covers, can't get the single. A bit of a misfield, but no harm done.
I just wonder if it's also a bit of preparation for West Indies hosting any more D9 matches in the future. We've only hosted one so far.
And it's so interesting. We talk about those day-night test matches. The historic Women's Ashes test match next week. And I say historic is an appeal. Has he edged it? Yes, he has. The umpire has raised his finger.
Oh.
Immediately, Cyan Hackett went up. So now, even more of a spot of bother here for South-Southeast. Just fishing at that one.
Very fine edge there. Keeper taking it easily. And Voodoo is going to have to go back early. Not going to be able to push his innings further past 2. And only Shazad Mohammed has continued to just hit that area. Has certainly enjoyed bowling to the left-handers as most off-spinners do. But he's really kept it in that same area and utilized the drift and that turn early.
Yeah, so with the departure of Budu, Kaleem Mohammed will join Tariq Mohammed in the middle.
We'll say that it's just a bit wider than the previous dismissal. Could have left that one much easier than the one that Komal got.
But good on these opening bowlers for East Northeast. They have found their spot outside of just a couple of wides so far. They've found their spot and they're sticking to the spots they've found. John in particular, he's found a spot just outside the off stump on a good length to the left-hander.
John has certainly started off quite well from the other end as well, building pressure for Shazad Mohammed. A lot of time you see pieces from one end tend to leak a few more runs, especially at this venue. You see teams getting off to a good start batting.
Flight and a little bit too full, clipped away, and we'll get an easy single. We so often talk about batting partnerships as we see them run there. The understanding between batters, sometimes it's to their detriment because they may not have played together for so long or whatever the case, and you see run-outs happen. But with bowlers, it's the same thing. You think back through history, and some of the great bowlers through the history of the game, it's always been partnerships. Broad and Anderson, Walsh and Ambrose, Lilly and Thompson.
Ashwin and Jadeja.
Always in partnerships. Muralidharan and Chaminda Vas. We can go back through all through time. Sweeping in the air, but over the head of the short fine leg, and a boundary here to Tariq Mohammed. So with the fall of a couple of wickets, Tariq Mohammed is going to keep attacking when he can.
Yeah, we saw that sweep attempt in the previous over. This time he has gotten it to go all the way. It's always going to come with some risk, but does tend to prefer that shot, so he's going to attack it when he can.
And Southeast Hummingbirds, they'll want a captain's knock from him if ever they needed one. This time offside. In fact, he's going straighter and just past the bowler.
That really flew past. No fielder really stood a chance.
Yeah, that fielder at mid-off turned, and then you realize, nope, it's gone past me already.
Just a bit too full on that occasion.
And Leonardo Julian it was at mid-off. He just seemed to, he turned as the ball passed the bowler, and then he realized, nope, I'm not going to run after it. It's gone already.
He is always expressive, and just as we were saying, we see him in every fielding position.
Yeah. So another over completed from Mohammed, conceding a couple of boundaries in that over. So it'll be interesting to see if Sion Hackett changes him from this end, the administrative centre end, but he's going to persist with Jediah John from the northern end. So just a bit of momentum here now into the innings for the Hummingbirds, and a bit of momentum for Captain Tariq Mohammed. He's 15 from 16 deliveries, standing at the non-striker's end. And Kaleem Mohammed facing up to John. John's 3 overs are just the 10 runs. Now 3 overs, 1 delivery. And he's continued to be right on the money. And that goes back as we were chatting about before the couple of boundaries where you have partnerships in batting, you have partnership bowling. Clipped away and no run. So Kaleem Mohammed here with these 2 deliveries from John, just a bit fuller rather than shorter.
I like that he's used that almost Yorker length sort of delivery as well. No rule saying that you have to use it at the depth. You can use that to your advantage up front as well.
Kaleem Mohammed looking like he's going to play his shots. This one is pitched a bit wider though, and it's gone a bit shorter in length.
Just reminding him that he could angle it across too.
I always wondered that. I understand as a bowler it is the hardest delivery to bowl, Yorkers, because it's so easy to miss a Yorker and you end up with a low full toss or a half volley. But I always wondered why bowlers don't bowl it more often at the start of an innings or in the middle overs. It's like also in test matches, longer formats, a 4-day and 5-day formats, why don't they bowl it a little more often in test matches?
Well, 2 bowlers who do bowl it quite early are Shaheen Afridi and Mitchell Stark. If I remember right, I remember Mitchell Stark started off the Ashes once with that wicket of Rory Burns. Almost said Joe Burns, but that would have been the wrong team.
I think I've seen the number 1 bowler in the world, Jasprit Bumrah. I have seen him on occasion start early with a Yorker as well, or looking to go as full as possible.
Of course, I'm sure he practices those a bit more than most other bowlers.
Of course. We talk all the time when we're calling the shorter formats of the game in particular, when we see these batters play the funky shots, the dabs and the scoops and stuff, and we talk about the batters practicing the shots. These bowlers do a lot of spot bowling.
There is just a gap between cover and mid-off. Just opening up that area just to entice that drive for those few deliveries there when he sort of dropped the length and angled it across. So some good thinking from John there. 7 overs gone now, 21 for 2.
Just a couple of shots there in the background of the facilities here at the National Cricket Centre in Balmain, Couva.
Got a new coat of paint there, purple.
Someone was saying this morning they don't like purple.
Oh, I can't even remember what color it was before. Don't know if that
It was green.
Like it or not.
It was green.
I do like purple.
It's more of a lilac than a flush purple.
I think I prefer the darker purple that they have in the middle area.
So even though he went for a couple of boundaries in his previous over, Shazad Mohammed, San Hackett is going to show confidence in him and let him continue from the administrative centre. And of course, he has 2 wickets to his name. Flatter.
Faster. That's good to see him continue on with, because with those 2 boundaries, you could always get that sort of missed attacking stroke. You just miss-hit it and you get that wicket. We see those off spinners coming out of the attack when 2 right-handers are decreased.
As you can see the players as he tucks this one around the corner into square leg. The deep square leg fielder comes off the boundary, does the fielding. You can just see the players' jerseys, just the evidence of the breeze picking up once again at the National Cricket Centre. 2 fielders out of the 30-yard circle. We're still inside the first power play, the first 10 overs. Long on and a deep square leg. A regulation mid-wicket, forward short leg and a short fine leg. That's your leg side field. Sweeping again. Has he made contact? We'll wait on umpire Arun to let us know. It has gone into the boundary at that northern end. And umpire Arun will raise his arms now. So it's going to be 5 wides.
It's hard to see if he got any bat on that or not. Almost wonder as well if he might want to get a leg slip or leg gully in place, just to put that into the batsman's mind.
We can see that Kaleem Mohammed is willing to play some shots. And treating it with respect when it's not there to be hit. It's a very heavy set onside field. To the offside though. One of those 4 fielders on the offside. Slip, point, extra cover and mid-off. Of course, he set the field in this manner with the ball turning into the right-hander. He's gone leg side. It's going to trickle down to the man at long on. Has a chase around here. He does well to cut it off, but not before they can complete 2.
Tariq had to duck for some cover there. It was coming right at him.
Aravinder Singh, the man positioned down there at long on, who's now switched with Leonardo Julian. So long on is still in play, but it's Leonardo Julian as we come to the end of the 8th over. 29 for 2. In fact, umpire Arun is just asking the scorer as if it's the end of the over. And just for confirmation, yes it is, even with the wide in the over. And already you can see John walking back to his mark at the northern end. So he's going to continue.
That's good to see. The over rate hasn't quite been up to the standard that it should be in the previous game. So certainly seeing them trying their best to get through the overs as effectively as they can.
Yeah, I think having Mohammed Bowl open the bowling has helped with that. Spinners tend to get through their overs a lot quicker. We were talking about the pink ball earlier. That Women's Ashes at the MCG is a day-night encounter.
So close to the edge yet again, and has left that gap through the covers just to keep that in the mind of the batsman.
You were just talking about spinners and over rates. One of the quickest in terms of his over rate You just mentioned his name.
5. He's taken 5.
And 7, actually. He's taken 7 in the second innings. Ravindra Jadeja in the Ranji Trophy across there in India. 5 for 66, 38 with the bat and 7 for 38. Past the outstretched hand of John. They'll pinch a single as it's a long on in place rather than a mid on. He was the number 1 all-rounder in the world for quite some time, was Ravi Jadeja.
I don't think that Ranji Trophy performance would have told the selectors anything that they didn't know. I think they would have been more concerned about the players that weren't really in form.
Yeah, always seems to give 110%, does Jadeja.
So it's Khalil Mohammed now. And that one just rose on him. Really not gonna feel great as his hands.
I have one word, ouch. Yeah, this is the first time I think we've seen the ball do that much. Just seemed to pitch a lot shorter than he has for the morning so far. And he's caught Mohammed on the hand. He's already to the side, signaling to get some ice or for the physio to come out. Gloves off. Seems to be in a rifle hole set of pain there. There's Khalil Mohammed. I would say good to see all the concern from the Scarlet Ibis, but there may be some chatter in and around that circle that you see around him now.
I'm sure Leonardo Julian would be part of it. Certainly not be giving his ears a rest. I'd personally be walking away to get some fresh air.
Yeah, but just by the body language of especially Captain Sayanakit, you can see that there is genuine concern there for Khalil Mohammed, and that's good on...
I'm not sure if there's a dedicated physio or not, but taking quite a while to get out there.
Yeah, so we're going to have just a short break in play here as Khalil Mohammed gets a bit of attention. Veneer Maharaj running out some water and probably a bit of a cream just to numb the finger.
No magic spray for this tournament, I guess.
We talk about the longer formats of the game. Seeing here that Sri Lanka have named their squad for the test match against Australia next week.
Well, it's 2 test matches, so I guess maybe they've named the squad for the first test.
The notification says for the 2-match test series, so this is going to be the squad going forward for that series against Australia. Of course, Australia will be buoyed by the fact that the injury scare of Captain Steve Smith amounted to nothing, so he's going to play. Still just a couple runs short of 10,000 test runs.
So Kuhneman has also been cleared to travel. He also had a bit of a scare during the Big Bash. And again rising on him. He's not going to let him forget that. It's also put.
I think the umpire's called a no ball. Just waiting to see here. Has the umpire called a no ball? I saw him walk away there and he signaled, but I'm not seeing him signal the free hit.
He's put short leg and a short mid wicket now.
Flashing is Khalil Mohammed. No contact made. So John now has decided he's going to pitch a bit shorter than he did earlier. So he's giving the batters a different challenge here now.
He's not had a wicket to show from pitching it fuller, and maybe just a bit of that swing has left the ball as well. So just seeing him drag the length back. present that different challenge, and well, it has definitely kept the batsman at bay. No dismissal as yet. He's very comfortable with that one. Full and just push towards that middle fielder. After 9 overs, it's 30 for 2.
And going at an economy rate of just about 2 is Jediah John.
Has just signaled for maybe a change of gloves or something of the sort. What you also see from that picture is the lights at the Atubulan Stadium are on. I'm not quite sure why. Is there something going on there today?
Probably routine maintenance. They usually do at many of the stadia that have lights. Brian Lara Academy, Queen's Park Oval, Hazy Crawford Stadium, Atto Bolden. They usually turn on the lights from time to time just as routine maintenance work may be going on, ensuring that all the lights in the pylon are lighting.
Well, they have some work to do then.
Yeah, that one to the northeast looks like it has a few missing.
Because I saw one line start coming on when I just arrived, and then the rest came on. So, now then certainly all should have been on.
Shazad Mohammed will continue from southern end, administrative center end. Starts with a wide, and he's changed his approach here. A couple of times on his previous overs, he was over the wicket to the right-hander. He's now decided he's going to go around the wicket. And that's a better ball. Edged and dropped by Hackett, who by his standards and the standards he sets for himself just seemed to be up out of his catching stance, Hackett, and leaning the other way. Just seemed to be wrong-footed slightly. Yeah, there you go. You see the hands. He was expecting the ball to go to his other side.
The edge came off finer than he was expecting. It was not as much bat on it, and maybe we have that delivery in the previous over to credit that too.
Rocked on the pad. Not out, says umpire Arun.
Well, it's really creating some trouble here for Mohammed. Change of angle, and seems to be a total change for the batsman as well.
Yeah, just seemed to pitch outside leg. It's always going to be hard. Sweeping, doesn't make any contact.
Straying there.
And
Wide.
it's always going to be hard for a right-handed bowler going around the wicket, right-handed batter. You know he wants it to pitch on the stumps like that and straighten.
That's why someone like some of those top off spinners like Nathan Lyon and Ashwin, you see them go around the wicket so often and able to get reward from it.
Of course, the conditions here, it should accentuate the drift away from the batter.
I almost wonder if he was getting a bit too much drift and turn from coming over the wicket, because he had a few wides in those previous overs.
He's done well in this over. Just a 1 run off the bat. Swinging. It's in the air. And has he caught it? No, he hasn't. He's dropped it.
That's 2 chances going up begging in this over.
Yeah.
Second one there would have been really difficult running forward, but he did look like he got quite close to it.
Yeah, difficult chance for Aravinda down there at wide-ish long on. He did well to get into the ball, though. He had to go in. The ball was probably about 10 to 15 meters off of the boundary rope. So on flatter and pushed through. And no run. That will be the end of the power play, will it? Yes, it will be. Shazad collects his cap. And the end of the power play has yielded 35 runs for the Hummingbirds and 2 wickets for the Scarlet Ibis. So the power play signal from the umpire at the northern end has already been made, and interesting. 5 overs apiece so far for John and Mohammed, and Hackett is going to bowl John from the northern end again. Straight. Evasive action from the umpire. There's no one in that fielding position. 4 runs. Kaleem Mohammed, even after the lash on his finger, is playing his shots.
He's trying to hit a lash back towards the bowler himself. Stuck his hand out, but to no avail. No fielder would be down in that area. That's why you like to hit the ball straight.
Good evasive action from the umpire, who was coming straight back at him.
Not too surprised seeing him go into the 6th over. He started off quite well. Seems to enjoy bowling on this surface, and certainly seems to be enjoying bowling to Kaleem Mohammed. And also I saw Lemuel Matthews last day bowl 10. I think he would have bowled 10 straight overs at Gilbert Park. Picked up 5 wickets. And that was in a winning cause for the team as well.
Yeah, I think when a bowler is doing well, it doesn't always have to be wickets, but especially if they, in the instance here of Jediah John, he hasn't picked up a wicket just yet, but 5 overs, 15 runs. Well, 5 overs, 1 ball, 15 runs. 5 overs, 11 runs prior to the boundary.
I think they lost the ball actually.
Yeah, it's gone into the river probably. There's the river that runs behind that northern side screen.
The first time I've seen them lose the ball off of a 4. Always see them losing it from a 6.
Yeah, that part of the side screen has no, as you look at it, just top right of the screen, it has nothing guarding that little space. Yeah,
behind it, actually.
You see across the other part of the side screen, there's that piece of pipe that kind of blocks the space, the gap from the side screen being just above the ground. But he's been economical so far, has John, and sometimes that's what you want when you talk about bowling bowlers 10 overs on the trot or giving them extended spells. You think about, is it because they're picking up wickets, or is it because they're being economical? And I think that's the thinking here from Cyan Hackett, that John has been very economical.
Well, the way if you were to just zoom back out a bit, you look at this match and think who's on top at this moment. You'd think the bowling team is on top at this moment, because generally you see at least on this surface and Gilbert Park, you see them getting off to a good start, and then the collapse comes a bit later on. So given that they haven't gotten off to that quicker start, and those 2 wickets having fallen as well, you'd say the bowling team is on top. So no need to change anything quite yet, though I do think they may just change the spinner. May see a left arm spinner coming in.
Yeah, Anderson Mahis was really good in the last encounter against the Masqueraders. Although they went down in the end, he in main part, they scored 109 when they batted the Scarlet Ibis, and they made the North Tobago Masqueraders fight for the target, because they managed to pick up 6 wickets. And Anderson Mahis, his bowling was a key contributing factor to that. So we may very well see him from this southern end, the administrative centre end.
That's the other factor as well, because they would definitely prefer bowling from the northern end with the wind coming across.
Yeah, he did actually. Anderson Mahis bowled a couple overs here on Wednesday from the southern end, and then he bowled a couple overs, a second part of his spell, from the northern end, which, as you rightly see, I think is the better end for a left-arm orthodox, because it's going to, again, that breeze that comes from the east-northeast is going to help the drift. Is it a lost cause? Have we found the ball? Or I don't think we found the ball. Have they? Reminds me when we were younger, we had a game. If you lose the ball, it was always 6 and out, or lose the ball, you're out.
They have found it. Well, they've found another one. You never know when you go down there sometimes.
Quite possibly they may have found 3 or 4.
Guess the bowler going to look for it. He might have seen 2-3 balls. Pick the one that he likes the look of the most.
Yeah, so the ball has been retrieved. The umpires have done their checks and they're well satisfied. And we're ready to continue in this TTCB under 23 Cup encounter. Swinging, it's edged.
Oh.
Leonardo Julian with one of the simplest catches he'll ever get of the bat of Khalil Mohammed.
Well, that break-in play has brought that wicket for the Scarlet Ibis team. Just angling it across, going with that slightly shorter length than what we saw, and getting that reward. Not really the best advised shot when you now come back from that break-in play, break-in concentration, and break off the wicket.
So Isaiah Gomez will walk out to the middle to replace now departed batter in Khalil Mohammed.
There's no Antonio Gomez to mix him up with.
And congratulations to Antonio Gomez, though. He's been called to the Trinidad and Tobago national team, Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. Of course, he started off this under 23 Cup with a bang, scoring 109, I believe it was, at Gilbert Park off of 125 deliveries for Southeast Hummingbirds. But unfortunately, they went down to the North Tobago Masqueraders on the DLS method on day one. So the choice to continue with Jediah John from the northern end has paid dividends for Captain Cyan Hackett.
It's going to be hard to get him out of the attack, really. As a bowler, you're always going to want to continue with that rhythm.
I think he's going to bowl out his 10 overs, given that he's been economical and now he's picked up the wicket.
He's kept those two fielders close on the leg side as well.
The burly figure of Isaiah Gomez defends this one. So the slip, short third, point, extra cover, mid-off on the offside. Forward short leg, long on, and a fine leg on the onside. And now a silly mid-on. And Cyan Hackett, there he is. It's actually more of a short mid-wicket.
Certainly bowling at quite a good pace as well. That one looked like it just rushed the batsman a bit.
This is good from Cyan Hackett. He's changing his field quite often based on what he's seeing the batters doing, and of course seeing what his bowlers are doing, supporting them well.
It's a complete gap at third now.
And there you go, Cyan Hackett. 2 deliveries ago, he was at mid-on, and he went into that short mid-wicket catching position. And 2 deliveries since have gone directly to him.
Almost reminds me a bit of Ben Stokes, changing his field every other ball, taking an eternity to get through his overs. 1 ball for Gomez to get out of this over.
Yeah, so just the boundary at the start of the over seemed like an eternity ago. The time that it took to recover the ball down the leg side, and the over will continue because it's called a wide. It's always interesting when you have captains that are willing to change their field. It takes time, and there are stipulated times, of course, in the game between overs. There's now the clock that's been instituted by the ICC. As a captain, you're aware of that, but you want to get it absolutely correct. End of the 11th over, 39 for 3 now.
As someone who likes things in a particular way myself, I do understand that sentiment. There's also wonder if they could maybe just introduce that clock on lower levels of cricket as well, so players just get into that rhythm and sort of have a muscle memory about how much time or so it takes between the overs.
He's going to continue with Shazad Willie. In fact, it's Samir Ali who is going to take up the attack. So you did call it, Dylan. You did say a change in spinner. I think maybe the change for Anderson Mahis, as you said, it'll suit him better being at the northern end.
We'll see. I did think Mahis might have come into the attack first, but not so. Samir Ali with his leg spin.
Yeah, he did as well on the previous day of matches. He did get a couple to grip as well from the surface. Of course, it's a different pitch. We've come across 1-2 pitches on the square.
I like this attacking move though. Already 3 wickets you've taken and looking to attack some more.
Yeah, has his slip in play. He himself, Cyan Hackett, that slip still. And his forward short leg is still there.
Well, that forward short leg has pretty much been there every over. And it goes to show the value, because even if the catches aren't coming to you, you're right up there by the batsman. Even just a few words, and sometimes more than that, you're causing the batsman to rethink where he wants to play the shot.
Yeah. Oh, that's going to be a wide. Just losing a bit of grip. Yeah, Andre Suglal, you probably pitch a tent. He should pitch a tent in that forward shot. He's been there, as you said, from the start of the innings.
Hopefully the tent doesn't blow away.
Samir Ali is getting the ball to grip. Even as this one, they pinched the single.
Still working his way into his spell. First over, trying to get into our rhythm.
You saw the first delivery from Ali. It turned, it almost went past the wicketkeeper to the first slip. There again, just a fraction of turn.
I do wonder if at some point they might bring up any of those deep fielders. Yes, we're now out of that power play restriction, but may just serve him to bring up one of those straighter fielders long off or long on. May just want him to get into his spell first, give the leg spinner a bit of confidence.
Yeah, deep cover on the boundary, mid-off, long on, and a deep mid-wicket. The 4 fielders outside of the 30-yard circle. Pulling, and has he found a gap? Yes, he has. Just to the left of the deep mid-wicket fielder, and a boundary to Gomez.
Just rocked back and got off the mark with a 4. Quite easy made it look. 45 for 3 after 12. 12 extras as well.
Yeah, and out of those 12 extras, we had a couple of the wides that one went for a boundary, and the batters snuck through for a couple of runs on occasions.
Well, there's Mahis.
So we've been right that it's going to be Mahis to come into the attack first change at one end.
You did say John was going to bowl out though.
Yeah, I thought maybe the consideration was there because of the fact he took that wicket in his previous over, his 6th over. But of course, it is a mighty hot day. It is lovely weather. I don't want to say in all of Trinidad and Tobago, because I may say that and then I get a message from Port of Spain, hey, it's raining up here, boy. Or I get a message from Southland, it's raining. A bit short here from Mahis. They'll get a single out to the sweeper.
Well, there's certainly not much cloud around either.
Yeah, but it is a beautiful day. stark contrast to the first 2 days where there was a lot of rain around, a lot of overnight rain as well, prior to those 2 first days of the competition. So I can understand the change of taking John out of the attack as well. It is hard work being a fast bowler. He's persisted here now as well with the forward short leg and the slip.
So here we see to the left arm spinner, he's brought that long off up to a mid off. So just have the fielders a bit closer to the batsman, as we saw the leg spinner, he had that fielder back at long off.
Yeah, I quite like that move by Hackett. It shows, as we've been talking for the morning, and you mentioned it, that
it's really just 3 fielders outside of the circle.
yeah, and you mentioned it, they're on top in the game. They would feel like they're on top in the game. And so often we see captains just run of the mill, so to speak. The power play is completed, 4 fielders out, I'm going to put all 4 fielders out. When in fact, you can have the extra one in the circle, create that extra pressure.
Oh, he's going back now. And it's going up. Where is it going to land? Oh, he's landed just short of that same fielder we were talking about.
It's the captain himself. That makes it 2 drop catches by the captain today. And you can see him sitting on his haunches there. He's not pleased with himself. You can tell, Cyan Hackett.
He's the type of character to want to lead from the front, so he'd want to rectify that as quickly as he can.
Yeah, but Gomez looking to play across the line though. And he's quite lucky, I think, to still be out there. Just as you mentioned, long mid-off going back to long off. He had a chance, and there were 3 fielders running after the ball actually.
I almost wonder if he was still at mid-off, if it would have been a shorter run for him to get towards that ball.
Guess we'll never know. But Gomez continues to bat on with his captain Tariq Mohammed. It's 47 for 3 after 13 overs. Tariq Mohammed quietly has gone on to 20 from 25. Gomez with the boundary in the last over is 5 from the 13 balls he's faced. Samriali. Quite controlled so far, except the wide that he bowled in his first over. You can see him giving the ball copious amounts of flight.
I do enjoy watching Samir Ali bowl. I think has a lot of potential.
There's the turn, and so easily could have gone into the hands of the forward short leg. I quite love looking at leg spinners bowl. I guess it's the understanding that it is one of the hardest art forms in the game of cricket. We were talking about the Yorker delivery with the fast bowlers earlier, and leg spin just is one of those arts that it's difficult to perfect. Swung in the air, field on it, comfortable catch at long on.
Well, there's Shazad Mohammed in the action again, picked up the first 2 wickets and now completing a catch after a few were dropped, making sure that the team stays confident and trying to swing that one into the leg side. Turning away from him was always going to be troublesome.
And Antonio Gomez gave us all those indications. He didn't come to muck around. He was going to play shots.
Not Antonio Gomez.
Isaiah Gomez. I'm still mixing up the Gomez. So Nicholas Ali will walk out to the middle to join his captain, Tariq Mohammed. And Tariq Mohammed is almost like the Lone Ranger here right now.
Oh, he's been there from the start. Yeah, really didn't place that in the right place at all.
Yeah, again, similar to the previous wicket of Kali Mohammed. He's trying to pull the ball, tug the ball, playing cross bat against the line, across the line, and he should have been probably trying to put it into extra cover.
Yeah, that previous over here just going back to give himself some room, but this time it was fuller and it was wider, and it's always going to be difficult. So we're going to have a short break for drinks. New batsman Nicholas Ali to face up to Samir Ali, with many fielders close in, and negotiates that in the end. 47 for 4 after 14 overs. It's good to see that extra pressure being created, brought in that silly point in addition to the forward short leg and the slip, just to make Nicholas Ali think twice. Anderson Mahis now for his second over. Mid-off is up, and he's bringing that deep cover up as well. It's not all the way up, but it's just past the 30-yard circle. And cutting it away, getting himself a single, bringing Nicholas Ali back on strike. Tariq Mohammed has looked quite good. 21 from 26, hasn't gotten to face much of the strike. Here's Nicholas Ali again. Cutting that and cutting that past the fielders all the way for 4. Nicholas Ali off the mark in style. Just from his second delivery, dropped that one a bit short. And was wide as well, allowed him to play that shot quite comfortably.
Yeah, the second over from Anderson Mahis. He's just been a little bit off in the first couple of deliveries. Hasn't found his length.
See, he has wanted to attack. He brought that deep cover fielder pretty much right on the edge of the 30-yard circle and had that that long off in the last over, brought him back up to mid-off. That's a better area now.
And just looking at these initial 4 deliveries that Nicholas Ali has faced, he just seems to be a little bit more comfortable than the previous batters before him. And there you go, one that's wide and he's cut it. It won't get to the boundary. And Samir Ali will cut it off. And they'll complete a couple of runs. But he just looked a little bit more comfortable, especially knowing that the surface is offering a bit of grip and turn.
Now what he's done well so far is just look to find the gaps, and he's done that quite well.
And one thing I'm noticing is just 5 deliveries he's faced, but you can see he's playing with a straight batter as well. End of the 15th, 54 for 4. The South-Southeast Hummingbirds. So spin in operation from both ends as they were prior to the drinks interval, prior to the fall of the Isaiah Gomez wicket. Samir Ali just completed a bit of fielding down at third man and go with the ball in hand. And Anderson Mahis has made the long trek from the northern end of the ground all the way down to long off at the southern end. Can't find the gap. There's an appeal, but seem to be very far away from the bat.
You're always gonna appeal for those. Definitely look to be missing. It's always going away from him. Went back that time and able to easily run 1. So utilize the crease there quite effectively, Tariq Mohammed. Now we'll get to see a bit more of Nicholas Ali, who's also looked quite comfortable.
Yeah, he faced the left arm orthodox from the other end the previous over. And with the ball turning away from him, it's going to continue to turn away from him with the leg spin of Samir Ali. So he should be quite comfortable.
So he has the silly point in as well.
Driving. Can he beat the sweeper? No, he can't. A good bit of fielding out there. And they'll pick up a brace.
I'm not sure if they see something in the way that he plays that they want that silly point in just for the leg spinner, because we didn't see that employed for Anderson Mahis. Again, did utilize that gap finding quite well in that previous delivery, even though he wasn't able to get it all the way to the boundary.
Yeah, so San Hackett has now adjusted the field, so
there's
the
big
field
gap on the leg side now.
He's driven it, and it's going to be no run. But he adjusted the field. He brought the long off in prior to that delivery, put in the extra cover, and he placed the man that was on the extra cover boundary sweeping. He's put him almost directly at point on the boundary. Bit of grip and turn here, and a nod of the head from Nicholas Ali. Just in recognition of the spin and turn from Samir Ali. End of 16, 57 for 4. The Abu Dhabi Knight Riders are batting first against the Emirates it is they're playing today.
Wow. Where do your faithfulness lie in those two teams? Well, that's a difficult one.
With Kyron Pollard. I give the elder statesman the pip in this one. It's quite amazing when you think about the top 6 hitters in the world of T20 cricket. 4 West Indians. Karen Pollard second on that list.
Oh, so close to that short leg. Always going to be difficult coming at you, and he timed it so well.
That's why he's in that position. So, continuing to make things happen. The spinners for the Northeast franchise. Bit of turn there for Anderson Mahis.
Certainly not easy out there.
23 for 2. Abu Dhabi Knight Riders. Is that Andrew Russell I'm seeing at the crease already?
No, it's not.
Ah. Andreas House it is.
Again towards that fielder. There's never a chance there. Well timed from Nicholas Ali again.
Yeah, that is a specialist fielding position, similar to a wicket keeper. That forward short leg. Nice flight from Mahis is driven, and a good hand in the covers. Just one. Had it past him, probably would have been 4. End of 17. It's a 60 for 4.
You see specialist position, but I know in the senior teams they always put the youngest player there. Except for recently, I saw Joe Root was there in some series I was looking at. It was either New Zealand or Pakistan. Joe Root was employed there.
New Zealand? When they played New Zealand a couple months back. Yeah, well, it's one of those positions where you just mentioned it, you know, the ball is coming at you so quickly. So quickly, and so many names in the history of cricket have made a name for themselves fielding at that forward short leg position. I think you may have heard me speak about Augustin Gus Logie from right here in Trinidad and Tobago, who I rate as the best fielder ever to play the game. That's of course my own personal opinion. Most people in the Caribbean would say Roger Harper. Samir Ali will continue, and they'll take the quick single to the man at extra cover. And of course around the world you hear the likes of John T. Rhodes, Herschel Gibbs, Ravi Jadeja. And the art of fielding has really evolved over the years, especially with the coming of age of the shortest and shorter formats, T20, T10.
Especially boundary line fielding with those you call them, those catches with 2 fielders.
Yeah. driving. Has he beat the extra cover? No, he doesn't. Sweeper will clean up. And they'll just pinch a runner again.
Well, he certainly doesn't seem too concerned about those fielders close up. Just wants to continue going hard at it, and eventually they'll leave him alone.
Yeah, I think.
Well, there's Leonardo Julian having a few words.
Is it him? Yes, it's Julian who's going into the forward short leg position now. And you talk about the boundary fielding and how the fielding in the game has evolved. If memory serves me correct, I think it was Kyron Pollard. I mentioned his name a while ago. It was one of the first fielders we ever saw take a catch on the boundary. Chance of a run out. It's going to be close. Not out, says the umpire. We're talking about fielding. That fielder at extra cover, running around, picking up, and in one fell swoop, releasing quickly back into the wicket keeper. And Nicholas Ali just seemed to be struggling a bit. Hands down, hands into the wicket now. Next frame will probably tell us. Just seems to be short from our angle.
It did look like he was struggling from this angle. The only thing I would say he did well was he grounded the bat in time.
But again, it's the difference of one frame, and the umpire has one look at it, and in the blink of an eye, it happens so quickly. Ali just seemed to be a little bit slow in responding to the run called by his captain, Mohammed. Edged. Has he taken it? It's gone.
Well, he's not going to live much more after that possible chance of that run out. And
in fact, he's popped it up into the bowler's hands.
Well, certainly not what you'd want at this stage. Any sort of dismissal. Samir Ali just getting a bit of turn, and
it is caught behind.
Well, that was really quite a confusing sequence of events there.
I think that the bowler just lost his footing in the appeal. Made us believe that he had taken a return catch, but it was an outside edge. So Nicholas Ali, after a little bit of promise, now has to walk back to the pavilion, and Veneer will walk to the middle.
He has been probing at that outside edge for quite a while, Samir Ali, and he kept those fielders in close as well to keep the pressure on Nicholas Ali, and eventually, even though he played some confident strokes, he ended up falling. Just haven't done a look at it. Just turned away from him a bit, just enough to catch the outside edge, and something that Samir Ali does quite well. He doesn't turn the ball too much, he just turns it enough to catch that edge and keep the batsmen guessing. 2 for 12 in quick time.
Yeah, so Veneer Maharaj will take his guard. Still one delivery to go in the Samir Ali over. So a couple of wickets now for two of the spinners, and a wicket for John, and 5 down, 17 into the 18th over now. Just 63 on the board. Tariq Mohammed playing the lone hand here, 26 from 35. Veneer Maharaj, I saw him at Gilbert Park on day one. He bowled well, but now he's going to have a job here with bat in hand.
Very heavy offside field set in place here. He's just nervously playing at that.
He's making the ball talk. Is Sam, 63 after 18 overs, 63 for 5. There you go, evidence of wickets for Samir Ali and Shazad Mohammed, and 1 for John. Anderson Mahis, the only bowler used so far that hasn't picked up a wicket. But you think that is just a matter of time before that does happen. Captain Cyan Hackett making the trek back to his fielding position at mid-off. Is he going to stay at mid-off or is he going to throttle back to long-off? He's going to stay at mid-off.
Well, interestingly, I haven't seen Cyanide bowl all that much of this tournament. He prides himself on his bowling as much as his batting.
Maybe giving opportunities to the others. Dabbed over the head of the wicketkeeper, and it's going to earn them 2 runs. Chance of a run out? No. The throw is wide from Julian. But a bit of innovation here from the skipper.
Well, very risky move that. Lucky in the end.
Indeed, a top edge. In fact, he was looking to paddle sweep more than anything rather than ramp it over the keeper.
Yeah, I was trying to get it more towards that fine leg region. Still free range on the off-hand leg side behind him.
A little bit of a misfeel at extra cover, and they'll earn themselves a run. And you can understand the sweep shot 2 deliveries ago, because the fine leg is in the circle, so it's wide open space behind him. So he would have earned a lot of runs there, but it's a risky shot because Anderson Mahies, in theory, is going to turn the ball away from you. So you're going to be playing against the spin of the ball. So quite risky from Mohammed.
I was wondering if he could have just tried to paddle sweep it the other direction.
Yeah, because there's open space on that side as well, because the third is in the circle. Once you get it in that gap between the third and the first slip, you're going to earn some runs. This one is cut, and a good feeling in the gully.
Yeah, a good bit of feeling for sure. It was a bit shorter from Mahies on that occasion. Allowed him due time to play that stroke.
This is good from Anderson Mahies. Just a couple of runs in the over, but he hasn't conceded any boundaries. Cut in the gap. There's no one out there. It's trickling away, and well stopped in the end by Ramdeni.
Team effort on the boundary. Finir Maharaj now off the mark.
Yeah, we were just talking about that, the team fielding that's so common in the modern game. So dot ball to complete the 19th over. 68 for 5 Southeast Hummingbirds. So given the conditions, what do you think might be a good score here for the Southeast Hummingbirds?
Well, I think given the conditions as well as the position that they are in right now, they'd probably want to move towards somewhere around 160, 170. Plus we see projected score on screen 179. They'd certainly be pleased if they were to get up there. There's a lot of time available in the innings still, so time isn't really the factor, just about making sure they bat well.
Yeah, the man on strike, I think, holds the key to exactly what you mentioned, as Hackett goes back to long off. Tariq Mohammed, who is now going on to 29 runs, he's going to have to play the major part in them getting up to that, if they do, 175. Sweep in the air is going to clear both the fielder, the boundary, and the advertising board. The first maximum of the innings.
That was a fantastic stroke. came out of nowhere, really. Samir Ali over pitching a bit. If he had missed it, he would have been out LBW, but got full bat on it and dispatched it.
Giovanni Ramdeni, who's on that boundary, was just a bystander. He's driven this one on the offside. You just pick up a couple of runs because Cyan Hackett is placed at long off. He's decided now, different batter. I'm going to create a little bit more pressure. I'm going to bring long off and long on into the circle. So mid off and mid on. I'm going to place a second slip into the mix as well.
Oh, and almost rushed on to him a bit.
I think throughout this tournament, given that they have lost a game, Cyan Hackett for me has been very good in his captaincy, and what we've seen through the 2.5 games so far, midway through this third game. He's read the situations of the game well.
Certainly always seemed to be ahead of the game rather than trying to catch up to the game. Always making those proactive movements in the field and bowling changes. 20 overs gone now, it's 76 for 5.
Yeah, and I mean, as we look through the 11 or even the 14 in their squad, the Scarlet Ibis, he is the most experienced of the players in the Scarlet Ibis unit, and he's making it. He's stamping his authority on the game, so to speak, Cyan Hackett, with his captaincy. I know, if memory serves, Cyan Hackett did pick up an injury some time back, and he was out of the game for a bit, and it's good to see him in the game. He did have a stint with the combined campuses and colleges unit. And almost as if the ball, a bit of an errant collection from the wicketkeeper, if you will. But good fielding by Hackett. He's not pleased that his wicketkeeper dropped the ball. That's Mangra behind the sticks. And immediately when he didn't collect the ball, he put up his hand to acknowledge his captain, almost as if he knew there was some reprimand coming right after. There's an edge. Yes, there is. So looking to cut one. And Mangra, after dropping the ball, completes a good catch here. Wicket number 6 down.
Might just be reminding Hackett that he dropped a catch himself. So says, well, I've taken this one. This was a very difficult catch to take. Always difficult to take those fine edges, and so well done from Mangra. 78 for 6 now. Mahase getting his first wicket. Kept it tight and kept it well on the spot.
Yeah, his economy is just a little bit above his fellow bowlers, his fellow spinners, just above 4. But he's done well. He's finally picked up his wicket.
Tariq Mohammed is still there yet again.
Yeah, that 175 looks just a fraction further away now with the fall of the Vinay Mirage wicket. But the key,
I think I'm going to drop down to 140 now.
the key is definitely Tariq Mohammed. Raul Ali will come in to the middle and join his captain. He as well on day 1 up at Gilbert Park had a good day with the ball in hand, the couple overs that he did bowl, and he has a job now. His job now should be to keep his captain company for as long as possible. Dylan just mentioned there's still a lot of time to go. Just under 30 overs still to play in this innings.
You could understand that with the current state of the score that he wanted to attack, but really there's still so much deliveries remaining. Tariq Muhammad at the other end has been there since the beginning. He'd have to just try to guide his batsmen a bit more, try to get them to stay there with him, because they can certainly put up a good score. They just bat sensibly.
We were talking just on the fall of that wicket of Cyan Hackett's captaincy. He has one fielder outside of the circle.
Really like this from him.
That one fielder is the long on. Everybody else inside the circle.
Just 2 slips. Forward short leg.
And nice and tight. Wicket to wicket is Anderson Mahias. Something that even in the previous game that they played against the Masqueraders, I mentioned that. That's one of the things that I saw from Anderson Mahias throughout the time. This one is just dabbed down to so easily come off the outside edge into that second slip. But it's something that I've seen from Anderson Mahias throughout the time that we've covered him through secondary schools cricket. He's tended to be all the time wicket to wicket. End of 21, 78 for 6. The only score of note in the batting lineup, Tariq Muhammad, their captain, who's on 36 from 40, 3 boundaries and a maximum. And the good news for the Hummingbirds is that he is still in the middle. Samir Ali will continue. And the wickets falling here at the National Cricket Centre. Wickets falling in Abu Dhabi as well. Knight Riders have now lost 3 wickets. Spin doing the business here, spin doing the business across there. Wide open spaces, and this is good. Tariq Muhammad just easing the ball into the many gaps that are there. And I think Cyan Hackett has consigned himself to the fact Muhammad is a set batter. The other end is where I'm going to pick up my wickets. So he's allowed the fielders to go back for Tariq Muhammad when he's on strike, and then he's brought them in to create that pressure when the new batter, who's only faced 4 deliveries, still to get off the mark, Rahul Ali, comes on strike. Flight from Samir Ali right up under the bat.
Always good to have that awareness about which batsman to attack. We have seen that throughout. That is what utilizing those fielding restrictions is about. It's not about same to each batsman.
Yeah, he does have 3 fielders out of the inner ring, but 2 of them are not right back onto the boundary. The long on and extra cover.
That's again good use of the field, is that even though you can have them outside the 30-yard circle, it doesn't mean you have to put them on the boundary.
Yeah, that one fielder just on the boundary, that I feel that doing the fielding there, coming off the mid-wicket boundary.
And the offside, that cover fielder is just outside the 30-yard circle. He's just past the freshly manicured area.
It helps us to kind of know where the 30-yard circle is, doesn't it?
Certainly does. That deep region, the leg side as well. Whoa, that went just over that short leg fielder. Wasn't really in with a chance there, you would say.
Yeah, I think the gasp from the fielders was more that the batter almost missed. And if he missed, he would have probably been LBW, or the ball would have cannoned onto his stumps. Always a bit risky going back on that back leg, playing spin.
Just like what we saw from Gomez. He has that leg slip in place now as well.
Popped up, but into vacant territory. 82 for 6 after 22. Scarlet Ibis winning the toss this morning and deciding that they're going to put the Southeast Hummingbirds into bat. And this is exactly what they would have wanted. As Anderson Mahies, 5 overs, 1 for 19. So his economy rate, he's brought down under 4. Innings economy rate and the current run rate 3.73.
Just a long one in the deep, everyone else up.
And again, that's what we were talking about in the previous over. He's recognized Sion Hackett that Tariq Mohammed is set on 37. So already faced 42 deliveries. Let me attack the new batter in Raul Ali. Guided. And no run. The fielder, yeah, they'll make the run now. The fielder coming in from point just fumbled the ball and allowed them. And that's not going to make the captain happy, because you want to keep that new batter on strike as long as possible.
Just had that double teapot out. He's going onto the other side of the field now. Says, let me get away from you.
Yeah, so with Tariq Mohammed on strike, he's dropped the deep mid wicket back onto the boundary, and he's dropped that point fielder onto the boundary rope as well. Just out of the hands of the forward short leg. Was it a chance? Only the replay will tell us. But a couple of runs to Tariq Mohammed nonetheless. He was standing more. The leg slip was Leonardo Julian. And yeah, just to his left, flew past him like a tracer bullet. This one whipped away easily.
And then just like that, with that more spread field, you do have the opportunity to get the newer batsman on strike, as Tariq Mohammed could run more singles and get off the strike. It's unlike a test match where you have more time. In this format, you have to take those runs when they're given to you.
Yeah, also given that you want to win the game, you have to win the game. Driven past the outstretched hands of Anderson Mahies, but Hackett down there on the long on boundary will clean up.
Hackett wanted to make sure that didn't go down in the river again.
It'd be interesting to see how far, and if it was in the air at any point as it passed Anderson Mahies.
Wherever it was very close to the ground.
Nice flight from Anderson Mahies. And that will bring us to the end of the over. 87 for 6 at the end of 23. Creeping up upon the halfway mark in the batting innings of the Southeast Hummingbirds. So this is the TTCB Under 23 Cup Edition 2025. We're coming to you live from the National Cricket Centre in Balmain, Vancouver. An encounter between the northeast zone, their franchise named Scarlet Ibis, and the southwest zone, they named the Hummingbirds. Of course, the Scarlet Ibis, one of the two national birds.
Well, I do need to wonder why the Tobago team isn't called the Cocorico.
I think their name is more an ode to carnival more than one of the birds.
Carnival coming up soon.
Of course, one of our Dream 11 franchises here in Trinidad is named after the Cocorico. Cocorico Cavaliers. It's going between the slip. It's going to run away for 4.
Well, I'm not sure what happened there. It seemed to drift in quite a bit when it came out of the hand. Not sure if that would have done the batsman and the keeper.
It turned quite a bit, and the keeper left it, and he thought that First Slip was taking the ball, and First Slip was thinking that he was going to take the ball. A bit of grip and turn.
Just looking at the bowler.
He's getting a lot of grip and turn here, and this one just
looked like it came back in. Seems like it
this
was a
one
variation.
This one the wrong one, yeah. Hands on head, hands on hips.
That's a good thing that we've seen from Samir Ali. He didn't bowl that too much. It took a while before he brought that variation out.
It's good to see the young man bring out the variation, though. He's now put the leg slip back into play. This one, the regulation leg spin. Just brings his long on a little bit wider. Of course, this TTCB.
There's the wrong one again. Julian just playing a bit of juggling with it. It's 91 for 6 after 24 overs.
A shot of the cycling velodrome in the background. The big burnt orange building. Of course, this TTCB Under 23 Cup preparation for these young chaps as they look to put their name up and in consideration for national selection at some point in time. Of course, there is that Caribbean T20 tournament coming up in April and May.
Just through the legs of Rahul Ali for 1.
And that T20 tournament, in essence, intention is that it may very well be an under 23 tournament. Some of the countries needing preparation, with cricket going to be part of the Olympics in a couple of years' time.
Very much excited for that Caribbean T20 tournament to see the youth get a bit more of a run than you see in the CPL.
And of course, it's exciting times, getting a chance to see cricket in sporting terms, the world stage, the truly world stage. Chipping down, and has he popped it up? It doesn't matter though. Anderson Mahis couldn't complete the catch. It just seemed to pop it up into the air. And yeah, well short of Anderson Mahis. Valiant attempt though.
They've seen a bit of footwork. Haven't seen too much footwork as far as advancing down prior to that.
Of course, we mentioned cricket being part of the Olympics in LA 2028. And the Olympics is the one stage where you get a wide variety of disciplines of sports. So it's truly a world stage of sport. Best of the best.
It's going up.
Inside out. Over. And it's a signal by the fielder running back. 6 runs here.
Rahul Ali looks like he's a bit more set now and he wants to take on the bowling a bit more. Has looked in increasing confidence with the deliveries that he's faced, and there's a very well executed shot going with the spin. A bit fuller from Mahis as well. I'd say it was a very well educated shot. And right back into that defense to finish the 25th over, 98 for 6.
I was having a conversation earlier about cricket and the Olympics with our cameraman for the day, Keshav. Yeah, he's moved from the commentator seat into behind the camera. And I was saying that winning a gold medal at the Olympics, for some athletes, it's so much more. For example, in the US, it means so much more to win a gold medal rather than an NBA championship, for example. There's just something about the Olympics that has been around for so long as well.
Guess generally you could go anywhere around the world and say you won an Olympic medal and everyone would know what you mean. You say you won an NBA championship, not everyone might know.
Exactly. Everybody should know who Hazley Crawford is. Cut. Can't beat the field at short 30. He's down the track, and a better throw would have had him in some trouble.
All happening, that delivery was close to being a catch and then not the right backing up being done.
Yeah, Tariq Mohammed was looking to cut it into that gap, which fell just short of that fielder backward point. His throw was errant, and
again, it was just one run.
The overthrow yielding that run. I think Rahul Ali got what he wanted because he was halfway down the track. He wanted the strike.
We'll see him here now. Hit that 6 in the previous over. Looks as if he's building a good partnership here with Mohammed.
22 deliveries into his innings, 23 now. You would think that that's well set.
Kept that leg slip in place now as well for the past few overs.
This single down to wide long on will bring up the 100 for the Hummingbirds, coming in the 26th over. 6 wickets down. And that single will also bring their captain, Tariq Mohammed, back on strike.
Certainly be looking towards that 50 and much more than that. That 100 up. We only just passed the halfway mark to tell you how much delivery still remain.
This one an errant ball from Ali, who's now bowled 7.5 overs on the trot from this end.
He may just be due for a change.
Or he may be the one that ends up bowling out. This one's going to be another wide. This is not going to help the case for him bowling out his 10 overs on the trot. Because this one was so wide, the keeper couldn't collect, and it went past the slip as well. And it's earned them 5 wides.
Well too wide. It would have been close to being a no ball. Just need to get things together a bit. Runs flowing in the past few overs. Run rate just crossing over 4.
Slashed away. And coming off the toe toe end of the bat and just trickles to the short third fielder. He's more a gully there rather than a short third. He's so close in. Down the leg side again. And probably a bit harsh, but that's the rule because Tariq Mohammed was getting inside the line of the ball. And I think Samir Ali just saw him make that initial movement and decided, I'm going to pitch it down the leg side.
Bit of by play.
Bit of turn. He's continued to turn the ball, has Samir Ali. This by far would be his most expensive over, I think. I get confirmation of that from our director. Slog sweeping and beating the fielder out there at deep mid wicket.
It's really been quite a comeback so far from the batting team here, who looked to attack those bad deliveries and sort of resulted in Samir Ali giving them more bad deliveries because of the pressure that they've exerted. Goes to show you just these 34 deliveries from that partnership, able to get their runs at pretty much a runner ball, and it doesn't take long to be able to send that pressure back towards the other team. 111 for 6 now, 26 overs gone, and things are looking a lot better for them.
And we mentioned it quite early in the piece that, and when wickets started to fall, that Tariq Mohammed would be the one to hold the key, and he's moved on to just one shot away now with that boundary of the last ball of the previous over, to one shot away from a well played and well deserved half century. Anderson Mahis will continue into his 8th over. He himself looks quite comfortable, Anderson Mahis, and may very well bowl out his 10 overs on the trot from that northern end.
I think he's more likely to bowl out his overs.
Yeah, Samir Ali didn't do his case any justice. Those couple of wides in the last over. Flicked and just be one down to wide long on.
You also have to consider we've only seen 4 bowlers so far, so you need to introduce someone else into the attack as well.
Maybe we might very well see, you mentioned it a few overs ago, Cyan Hackett. I haven't seen him bowl in this tournament. Maybe he might want to take the ball today. And we spoke so much about his bowling, has been part of his game. We spoke about his captaincy, and now he's relaxed the field even now to Rahul Ali, because Rahul Ali now has faced 25 deliveries, and with 13 runs to his name, he seems quite set. So he's a little more willing now, Cyan Hackett, to have fielders outside of the ring. Still just 3, in fact 4, with the mid-off just outside of the circle, but not quite back to the boundary. Edged, has he? No, he hasn't. But a wild swing there from Rahul Ali. A bit of grip from Anderson Mahis off the surface.
It seems as if maybe he was trying to attack that gap between the deep mid wicket and the long on. It's the only place that he would have been going.
So quietly, run by run, ball by ball, they fought their way back. Looking to flick into the leg side, inside edge. It's going to trickle away, 2 fine leg. It's not going to have the legs, you don't think. It holds up just about 2 meters in front of the rope. And they'll complete a couple of runs. But they've done well to come back into the match, as you've said, Dylan. And you can see both batters now willing to open the shoulders a bit and play a little bit more shots and show some more aggression.
Straight back at Mahis. Did well to stop it in the end. 116 for 6 after 27. It really has just been a good partnership. It didn't take too much. Tariq Muhammad was already set at the crease, and Rahul Ali, we know, is very good with the bat. It didn't take too much from them, just sensible batting.
Yeah, that one, last delivery of the Anderson Mahis over. I think it may have just been a drop chance. Mahis ended up leaning a little bit too much to his left-hand side. And that bowling change that we spoke about will come now. Shazad Mohammed will come back into the attack from the southern end, the administrative centre end. So no new bowler into the attack just yet from Captain Hackett. I think he's persisting with his spinners here in the hope that they can produce 4 good deliveries and pick up those remaining 4 wickets before the 50th over and before he has no choice but to introduce his 5th bowler.
You can understand that tactic. See how long he goes with it.
And again, he's just one fielder outside of the circle. In fact, 2.
Has just lessened a bit of pressure from close in as well. No forward short leg. Have Leonardo Julian at just a short mid-wicket.
Yeah, so there's a regulation mid-wicket, a deep mid-wicket on the boundary, and extra cover, sweeper on the offside. Big swing, popped up, and has he taken it? No, he hasn't. So another chance going a begging here.
Well, that was definitely the chance that they were looking for, and was really nowhere closer than that. 2 fielders just didn't quite decide who was going to take it.
Yeah, I think Anderson Mahis tracked back from a slip, and the short third fielder probably saw him in his peripherals and just hesitated a bit. But by my count, that's 3 drop catches now? Or is it 4?
I think it'd be 4 if we was to count that one last over with Mahis.
Yeah, so at least 4 chances. So the innings could have probably been done by now. Now, of course, if the innings were to be completed before 1:10 p.m., they would come back out to bat after a short 10-minute interval rather than taking the lunch interval. Popped up again. Appealing. Nothing from the umpire.
Yeah, I did see last day we had a bit of play before that.
Straight off the pad. Yeah, against the Masqueraders were able to bowl out the Scarlet Ibis for 109 in about 35 odd overs. So there was still about 10 minutes in the innings remaining. Swung in the air through the gap. Hackett will clean up now and they'll complete 2 runs. The Masqueraders came back out, batted for about 10 minutes and batted about 4 overs before the lunch interval.
17 for 2 at that interval. So your good friend Kyle Ramdu didn't last too long.
His mom will not be too happy of you reminding us of that. She was all too not pleased. She gave Kyle some stern words before we left NCC to go back to the north. She said, when you leave here, you go straight in the nets. End of the 28th over, 121 for 6.
I would have taken that to mean go straight to bed in the mosquito net.
I bet you Kyle knew what his mom was talking about for sure. And to be fair to Kyle Ramdu, is quite the talented player. That dismissal though on that day, I felt like the ball just popped from a good length at him, just surprised him a bit, and hence the defensive and fending off
See,
at the ball
quite
to nick
similar
off.
to what we saw today from when John was bowling.
Exactly the same thing. In this instance, Mohammed was hit on the hand. So just a bit of uneven bounce.
Yeah, it is a factor that we see often at this venue.
Also, to be fair to Kyle, he did go straight to the Queen's Park Oval when he left here. He did go into the nets. So they're actually playing up at Gilbert Park today. Going to have to make a call and get the scores from that game. They're playing Central, the Central Zone team up there. Central and Southwest is that zone. The Flamingo
That's
is
going
pulled.
up again. Is it going to be taken this time? Yes, it is. It's
John, is it? It looks to be John down there on the boundary.
that change of ends for Samir Ali has worked. Has continued to present trouble for the batsman, and this time trying to go for that big stroke again. And Rahul Ali, who's looked very good up until that point, having to head back towards the pavilion. It's still 22 overs in the innings to go. Not the best executed shot there.
Yeah, just the 20 runs for Rahul Ali, and Samir Ali just dropping the ball just probably a bit shorter. Of course, he's trying to use the depth of the crease, and that gap again that you spoke about a couple overs ago down to mid wicket. He was trying to get that gap, but what Samir Ali, we were just talking about the extra bounce when Kyle Ramdu was dismissed in the game 2 days ago, and the extra bounce, the undoing there of Ali, getting that top edge and skewing the ball high into the air down to long on. And with the fall of that wicket, it seems that we're going to have the second official drinks interval. Will we? No, we're not. The umpires have asked the players to hurry up, and I think the signal from the umpires that we're going to take the drinks interval at the end of this over. So he's ushered the Hummingbird fielders off, and all the substitutes, he's ushered them off. Let's say good morning to Mickey, coach of the Scarlet Ibis team, and they want to get the game going and continuing on here, the umpires. It's coming up just about 11:43 Eastern Caribbean time. I don't think we are in any danger of running overtime with the overs. So I don't think we'd have any fielding penalties to be served at the end of the innings. Cooper has come out to the middle. His captain at the non-strikers end, Tariq Ali, still soldiers on. This is Matthew Cooper. 2 slips in Leonardo Julian and Anderson Mahes. And again, a bit of grip and turn here, and a well-judged single in the end. The fielder at backward point had a bit of running to do to field the ball. Samir Ali with 3 wickets now to his name. Looking for that wrong on again. You can just see came out the front of the hand there. And I think, as Dylan mentioned, the change of ends has done him well, because it's not just created the wicket, but it seemed to have just upped his confidence. He's starting to bowl the wrong on a little bit more now than he was from this southern end.
Well, what a delivery that was for a dot.
That just tells you how much spin is on offer today on this pitch. 2 pitches to the east of the square here at the National Cricket Centre. It's gripping, it's turning that one into the hands of Leonardo Julian at first slip.
Seems like we've put the kiss of death on him now.
Good old commentator's curse. There you go. Nowhere close to the bat, but nowhere close to the glove of Mangra either. There's that wrong on again. He's bowled, I think, by my count, I think he's bowled 3 wrong ons in this over.
And of course, from that end, just as that end would do Mahis well, would also do Samir Ali quite well with the drift. Would get with the wrong one, might just come in a bit sharper too.
Coach Mickey is amazed to see how we operate upstairs here. He knows we operate differently here at Cricket 360. We're watching one game here, one game there. We're always up to date, especially when Dylan is around the team. End of the 29th over, I beg your pardon, 124 for 7. Tariq Mohammed soldiers on. Rahul Ali with a good knock of 20 to support his captain.
Well, the lights have come off at the Autobolan Stadium now. Just one line of lights in the middle.
Yeah, so I probably would have been correct in saying earlier in the day that it was probably just for maintenance and taking stock. I'll have to check to see if there's any football coming up. Driven past the outstretched hand of the bowler. That single down to long off will bring a well-played half-century to Captain Tariq Mohammed, coming off of just 55 deliveries.
Really kneel down that innings so far. It's been a lone hand.
Matthew Cooper with his first look in here at Mohammed, and quick run. Better throw may have had Cooper in a bit of trouble though. So 50 runs for Mohammed. He has that one maximum in the mix.
Certainly want to push that innings further than that.
Swung this one away through the leg side, through mid-wicket, into the boundary. He's celebrating his half-century with another boundary.
Well, it certainly looks as if he's just reached another level by just getting to that 50.
And I think the South Zone team will want him. The Hummingbirds will want him here, not just to be 50, but they'll want him to get to that magical number of those 3 figures. Because if he does, it's going to ensure that they probably get up to 200. Driven just for one down to long off again. Looks like Suglal down there at long off, I beg your pardon.
I think you noticed from that 50 as well, there wasn't much of a celebration from him. He understood the greater task at hand. He knew that he just had to keep batting.
No run here to end the over. 30 now done. 131 for 7.
I think they signal that the drinks are going to be at the end of the next over. So we'll wait and see. Samir Ali. doubt he would want to finish off his spell with another wicket.
Yeah, Anderson Mahis, his bowling partner, would have, who he replaced at that end, would have picked up 4 2 days ago from that end. Pulled! It's in the air and it's going to go into the trees just in front of the Attobolden Stadium.
Well, that's hit the fig patch on the way down. Just went back in his crease and pulled that quite substantially.
Before the ball was bowled, I was going to ask you again, where do you think now they can get? Because they usually say in a 50-over game you can double your score at 30. And 130 by 2 is 160. 260, sorry. But the problem is they have 7 wickets down. And Tariq Mohammed looks to be in the mood. He can't beat the extra cover fielder.
Well, I think...
Or has he put it in the air into his hands?
Well, that was very easily done from Samir Ali. Went wide again and was well taken by that extra cover fielder.
Almost nonchalantly. I thought for a moment he had put it into the gap.
Well, I don't even think that's where Samir Ali intended on pitching that ball, but he was quite lucky in the end and gets the prize wicket of Tariq Mohammed, so you're not doubling that score anytime soon.
There goes that thought of 260.
That is going to be the drinks break as well. So we'll take a short break and come back to you for the final passage of play of this innings. Jason Egard, new batsman to the crease, put together quite a dogged knock in the last match they played at Gilbert Park. The last wicket partnership between him and Liam Mamchan almost took them to the victory, but fell just short in the end. See how Egard continues from that innings. And just past the hand of Samir Ali. He gets off the mark in easy fashion off the first delivery. Samir Ali 3 deliveries away from finishing off his spell. Would no doubt be interested in picking up his 5th wicket with these lower order batsmen at the crease. Just neatly defended. So 3 fielders in the deep. 2 slips. No one in the eye line of the batsman. He's just gonna neatly defend that again. One delivery to go in the spell. Will we see any change to the field? Gonna stay exactly where they are. Just going back that time, and 138 for 8 after 31 overs. Zad Mohammed from Southern End to continue. 3 overs he still has. We see the tactic from Sion Hackett quite working to his advantage. Still, we haven't seen the introduction of a 5th bowler, but with 2 wickets to go, still not sure he might even need that 5th bowler. Almost treating it like a 40 over encounter. Just tucked away into the leg side. 2nd run comes easily for Agard. So Cooper again. Seems quite easy for these 2 at the moment.
So yet again, Captain Sion Hackett, only 2 men outside of the inner ring. Deep extra cover and deep mid wicket. I was just outside having a conversation with our cameraman Keshav. And he was just telling me, or reminding me, because he told me earlier today and I forgot. Sion Hackett, we spoke so much about his captaincy today. He scored 101 not out in CCC's trial match. That trial match, of course, to give their players a little opportunity to impress their selectors ahead of the CWI Championship starting next week. So it's expected that Hackett is going to be playing for CCC.
It's going to be interesting to see how he performs for CCC in that 4-day championship.
And I'll probably have to go down and ask him at the mid-innings break. He did play for CCC a couple of years ago, and then he almost dropped off the radar, if you will. Quicker on here, and can't complete a good throw. A good clean pick up and throw would have probably had him in some bother. 32 overs in, 141 for 8.
It's almost as if he's been around for quite a while. Quite surprising that he's still under 23.
I feel like that all the time. Feels like I've been looking at Sion Hackett play cricket for so long.
I thought you were going to say you're still under 23.
Well, it's 23 and under, so he can be 23. I mean, we say under 23, under 19, under 15, under 17, but it's really 19 and under, 23 and under, 15 and under. Because I had a similar conversation about a couple of the girls who are at the under 19 World Cup now, who are going to be 19 next year, but they're going to be 19 next year after the CWI Rising Stars under 19 tournament in July, August. So they're still going to be able to play under 19 cricket next year in the region.
Usually they work with a specific cutoff date for those types of tournaments. As Mahis continues.
Say good morning as well to head coach David Furlong. TNT Red Force team already named for the CWI Championship. Pulling, and he's picked the gap at fine leg. The short fine leg will do the fielding. Just a couple of runs here to Agard. We'll have to see how he goes with the ball today. Jason Agard works really hard at his game. There's Jason Agard.
He was really on display in that last game with the bat and the ball.
Yeah, former national under 19 player. We talk about looking at Cyan Hackett for so long. I'm trying to remember, there are a couple other players. When I see them around, I tell them I feel like I've been looking at you play for cricket for so long. Can't believe you're still that young. Kamil Puran is another one. I remember seeing him in a tournament last year. And I told him that. I said, I met him at the hotel and I can't believe you're still that young. I feel like I've been looking at you play cricket forever. And then there's the other side of that coin, where you have players like Riyad Emrit. End of the third over, 144 for 8. Riyad Emrit, who's now the assistant head coach of the Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, but still plays cricket from time to time. He was part of that Central Sports club that won the league, I think it was, last year. And players who just seem to get better with age. Faf du Plessis, another one. I think they're going to play forever.
Certainly Faf du Plessis, Imran Tahir as well.
Shoaib Malik for so long as well with Pakistan and franchise.
Always enjoyed watching Shoaib Malik play.
Yeah, so elegant and so simple in everything that he does, Shoaib Malik.
A time when he almost sort of came back into the game over the CPL for the Barbados Tridents, as they were back then. Was sort of out of the game for a while at that time.
So here's the fifth bowler change that we were hinting at earlier. Giovanni Ramdeni from the administrative centre end.
Ramdeni actually opened the bowling last game. I saw him here, would have been the first round.
Yeah, so Captain Hackett has done away with spin from this end.
Yeah, now just 7 overs away from that 40th over, would have had to introduce that fifth bowler. And probably more do a holding role at this end and try to attack from the other end.
Was guided to short third. But of course the hope is, I guess no bowler wants to bowl and not take wickets. So so far as his captain might say, hey, just keep it tight. We're looking for 2 wickets. Let's keep it tight. Our spinner's going to pick up the wickets, we think. He'll be hunting wickets here with Ramdeni. He may very well be the one to take the final 2 wickets. Short of a length. So you can see him from early in his spell here. Ramdeni is mixing it up a bit.
Still, even though there's no fielders up very close, there's still only just 2 fielders in the deep.
Yeah, fine leg, and that man a deep extra cover. The 2 outside of the circle. there's that pressure created by the captain Hackett himself, who's at mid-on rather than long-on. So a short third, point, extra cover, deep extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, square leg and fine leg. This one guided just past the hand. Was it a chance? We'll get a chance to see on the replay, but earns them a run here with the misfield, the man at short third.
Well, certainly quite close, but it landed quite short of him. Just one run from this over so far.
So he pushed the long off back, but not right back to the boundary though.
Just left him a bit. End of the 34th over, it's 145 for 8.
So with the ILT20 going on in the UAE, there's also the SA20 coming up upon its final stages. The SA20. Of course, South Africa will be buoyed by the fact that their senior men's test team is into the World Test Championship final at Lord's later on in the year.
Oh, it's going to be quite a spectacle.
Defending champions Australia coming up against South Africa. A good year and a half, you would think, for South African cricket in the main part, because their women's team would have been in 2 World Cup finals.
I will say I find it quite interesting that they made it to the final of the Test Championship when they started off the cycle by sending what many call a second string team to New Zealand due to players having their commitments at the SA20, yet in spite of all of that they still made it through.
Yeah, I think that is in main part.
Shazad Mohammed now switches to the northern end.
I think it's in main part. We've spoken about captaincy today. I think that's in main part to Temba Bavuma. He's been really, really good throughout the entire cycle, both with his captaincy and then of course with the bat. And then we know he's a brilliant fielder. He's very electric in the field. And Mohammed deciding to go with that angle across the right-handers, going around the wicket.
Great pleasure of chatting with Temba Bavuma when he came down to West Indies for that tour.
Yeah, very likable chap. He seems so soft-spoken though. When you listen to him in post-match interviews or any of the interviews he does, he seems so soft-spoken.
I think I can identify with that myself.
He also seems like a hard taskmaster on his players when they're out in the field. So high are the standards that he set.
I think one of the things that is interesting to note about his career progression is that when he started off for quite a while, he got 1 century early on in his career and then went a long time without getting another. But you could always see the potential there, and the administrators and selectors always saw that there and never was keen on getting him out of the team or anything like that. They continued to persist because they knew he had that potential at the highest level.
So maiden over from Shazad Mohammed, 35 down, 145 for 8, and Ramdeni will continue from the administrative centre end. He's one of those players that's always impressed me, and so far as he doesn't play as much white ball cricket, the few times a quick single here And the few times I've seen him play white ball cricket, though, he's the complete cricketer, if you will.
Generally, for white ball cricket, he's flourished quite a lot prior to that 2023 World Cup. I just think those India pitches might have gotten to him a bit.
I quite like the makeup of the South African team, though, leading in. I'll come back to it. Outside edge, and all along the carpet, though. Down to the boundary, 4 runs. John will trek down and retrieve the ball. So runs coming here for Agard.
Well, after that chase, John might just want to be back into the attack. He might fancy himself on cleaning up these last 2 wickets.
Yeah, he might give Hackett a little nudge. Skip, I'm ready. I quite like the makeup of the South African team, though, leading into that World Test Championship.
Oh, we've seen it from Hackett as well, just standing at mid-on to guide his young bowler how you'd want him to approach this. Always good to see the more experienced heads guiding the younger.
And I think the addition to that South African team that we didn't see in their last series, a bit of a false start. Henrik Nokia has been injured for a little bit. And I think he's going to add something to that team. Should he be fit and should he be selected for that World Test Championship? That bowling attack is really something to behold. I think they'll go stride for stride with the Australian bowling attack, the seamers in particular.
I think he was going to make his return to the Champions Trophy, but yet again got injured.
And it's always hard when you have a bowler like an Henrik Nokia who bowls at 145, 150 so consistently. When you pick up any type of injury, sometimes it's so difficult to get back to that level.
Well, it's something that we saw from early on. Pat Cummins used to get injured so much, and then when he finally came back in 2017, it was a different bowler but more effective.
Floated half volley, but attempted slower ball. Looking at the umpires, he got looking for a wide, but it wasn't given.
I don't see how that would have been a wide.
He was undone by the pace of the delivery or lack thereof. We're talking about pace, and you talk about Pat Cummins.
Because when he came back, he never really crossed 140 as consistently. But in his first few tours, particularly to South Africa, the first tour,
good fielding in the gully. It will prevent them from looking for that single. And they're
first tour, he would have hit 150 a few occasions, but had to just change a few things on his action and let his bowling muscles develop a bit more. And now he's just more of a consistent length and line bowler.
And it just augurs to the point that even you may have to change a couple of things, you can come back and be effective. Maybe, just maybe not at high pace. Quick single, Hackett throws, and they're in safely.
And what so many bowlers have shown us that it's really not about the pace. Even someone like Neil Wagner, just bowling those short deliveries in the right area with the right angles.
That single, those couple of runs in that over, 150 now up on the board, 36 overs down, but 8 wickets down as well. And the wickets shared amongst the bowlers. The only one without a wicket so far, Ramdeni. I think back as well to some of the bowlers who've had to do it over time. The most apt example, Ian Bishop and Corey Collymore from the West Indies here. When they first got into Test cricket, they were rapid, quick. And then Ian Bishop and Corey Collymore both with back injuries that they had to change a lot of things. But they came back, and Bishop a little bit more than Collymore was still very effective. But injury is definitely a difficult thing. But I would love to see Henrik Nokia get fit, and I would love to see him and KG Rabada fit and at full throttle going into that World Test Championship. And then you add the likes of Janssen and Ngidi. And we talk about the seamers, and that's not to take away from the fact that Keshav Miraj is an outstanding bowler. He's going to go stride for stride with whichever spinner that Australia picks.
He's really become a key part of the success of that team, because South Africa have never really been known for their spinners, particularly in the longer format. So him coming in and pretty much being the leading spinner even over those who've played previously has really allowed them to rotate those pace bowlers more and even attack more on spinning pitches.
You kind of expect that they're also gonna pick the young lad, Quinam Mpaka. Once he's fit and available, he may well get a look in as well. Thoroughly impressed by him.
He's certainly been bowling with some pace during the SA20.
He's 19 years old. I always look at these players like Mpaka and Sam Constas. They're 19. And I like, what was I doing at 19? These guys are making a name for themselves on the world stage. But it's going to be interesting because you have the likes, as I mentioned, Constas, that aggressiveness at the top of the Australian order. But even with South Africa has the likes of Ian Markram at the top of their order, who we know what Ian Markram does in the white ball format. And it'll be interesting to see if necessary, if he has to up the ante in the red ball game, if he will, and if he can do it successfully. End of another over, 37 down, 153 for 8. So that World Test Championship is really going to be interesting. So 153 on the board, 37 overs down, 8 wickets are also down. Jason Agard and Matthew Cooper at the wicket. Giovanni Ramdeni continues.
Again, he's causing issues here. 2 overs he's bowled and he's really changed up his pace quite effectively.
Yeah, he's mixed it up a lot. And the projected score says over 200, just 205. But if Cooper and Agard can string together a good partnership here and importantly bat out the remaining 12 overs now and 5 deliveries, they should be able to get up to that 200 mark, which psychologically will do them well. This one outer half of the bat, it's not going to get to the boundary. John down there with the slip will allow them to come back for the second. I'm not going to encourage you to start gambling at a young age, but if you had to make a bet on the World Test Championship, who would you place your money on?
Well, if we was getting money involved, I'd have to go for Australia, given South Africa's history in finals.
I can't argue with that logic.
That being said, that's why I'm not putting any money on it, so I can support South Africa.
It's the type of record that South Africa would want to break that streak at some point.
Interestingly, New Zealand had a similar record that they were able to break in their World Test Championship final.
In New Zealand's instance, though, New Zealand has always been there and thereabout in all formats of the game. They've been so consistent. Just a bit of a change in the feel. That man was at square leg, is now brought onto the offside, and he's going to go into the point area. So now you have a gully and a point fielder. Making a bit of... Has he got him? He advanced and missed the ball. Shy at the stumps here from Mangra. Luckily, Agard was able to get back into his crease because he made that initial movement towards the ball, missed it. And Mangra had a shy and hit the wicket.
Just so Hackett walk away from him there, just walk back into his position. Saw Ramdeni open in the last game, but I think this role suits him a bit better. His change-ups.
And there you go, a slow ball again, just as you were calling it.
Although I'm not sure if that's more so influenced by the batsmen who are on strike right now.
Yeah, well, I think you can see the clear plan because they moved the square leg out and put him into point, so they reinforce that offside field. And those change-ups that you mentioned, he's holding that line, that outside off stump line. Short this time and cut. Can he beat the fielder running around from third man? Yes, he does. And another boundary added to the total. $161 for 8, 38 overs. Scarlet Ibis from the East-Northeast won the toss this morning and inserted the South-East team to bat.
So he's gonna complete his spell now. One more over from that northern end. So it's still gonna be interesting to see how Hackett rotates his bowlers heading into the final phase. Good start. Let's hit straight to that man, Hackett.
The ball seemed to follow him a little bit today.
It's followed Leonardo Julian a bit as well, standing at slip.
Just the one easy single in the end. Feel that mid-off just a little bit deep.
Has been very good so far from Agard, continuing from his innings in the previous game.
So now that they've strung this partnership together, 162 on the board, still some 12 or so overs to go. How much do you think they can get?
Say you've passed that question on to me a few times. I'm going to have to ask you what you think they can get.
I definitely have to wait on the delivery. This is going to go to the boundary, driven straight back past the bowler, all along the carpet.
Oh, it was really just easy gap finding there. Knew that that area was vacant, hitting the ball straight, reducing the risk.
And I had to wait to see the shot, see where it went. I think Cooper and Agard look quite comfortable. They look like accomplished batters. They don't look like quote-unquote tail-enders. Quicker run here. Feel that mid-wicket on the heels again. So I think 200 is easily on the cards. And they would probably push 225, and if they do push that 225 as the 30-run partnership comes up between these two, I think if they push 225 they'll be very competitive because they do have a solid bowling lineup with a couple of former under 19 players, the likes of Agard, Liam Mamchan. They have a couple of good spinners as well, like Ali, so they can make a fist of this. Make a good fight. I think 225.
At this point, this is a very good score given what we've seen on the surface, and it's really just sensible batting from these two. Not looking to go for any big expansive shots, just running between the wickets, looking for the gap. And really just taking advantage of the situation, given that Hackett almost thought that he was going to be able to complete it in 40 overs. Now he's bringing another change into the bowling. From the southern end. He can't quite attack as much as he would have been earlier on. He's going to have to look at managing the run flow as well, because they are getting up to quite a substantial score.
Yeah, Arvindra Singh starts with one wide and will concede a couple of runs. This is good running here by the pair. Put that field, that extra cover under a lot of pressure. It's been a mighty hot day, as we mentioned earlier, and we're going to have to look closely here and see in the final 10 overs, in the final power play, if the spinners do bowl, if they get any grip. As they did earlier, because that would tell us the chances of the second innings, if there will be any spin, or if the the pitch has dried out enough that it's become flatter and easier for batting in the second innings.
See a bit more clouds around now than earlier. It was very empty, that sky earlier.
Trying to give it a little bit of flight, and just a tad more bounce there on that occasion.
It's definitely not easy coming into the attack at this stage as a spinner.
Can't think of if it was done much. Just outside the edge.
He's doing the right things. He's just putting it in that difficult area and getting a bit of movement. Just enough to keep the batsman at bay. Just 3 runs from the over so far.
Egad looks just a tad bit tentative against him. Having said that, he's cupped the outside edge over the head of slip and down to the boundary.
Well, just as you were about to finish off that over, well, just ends up going past the slip there. Left his hands out to try to take that catch, but it's a vacant area, and again, educated batting looking for the empty areas.
40 overs down, 174 for 8. That will be the end of the second power play, and we will, as the umpire signals here to the scorers, to give that signal that the power play is completed, and we move into the third power play, which I don't think from a fielding perspective might make much of a difference, because Hackett will continue to be on the attack. Andre Shuglal will get the ball from the northern end.
Short leg specialist.
Yeah, he spent so much time at short leg early in the innings. The first 10 overs or so, it was Shuglal who was at that short leg position.
There's a slip in place.
Now, you mentioned just a while ago it's difficult for a spinner coming in at this point. Now Shuglal has that opportunity to show what he can do in the back end.
Well, that's going up and over. Has it gone all the way? Yes, it has. Cooper has gotten us 6 here. Just too wide from Shuglal and allowed him to free his hands. It was easily executed.
Yeah, full and wide. You've been mentioning it for a couple a couple of overs, Dylan, that when you bring on spinners at this point in the innings is difficult. Suglal just drifting a little bit too wide. All Cooper had to do was put the front leg forward and swing the arms through.
Well, especially as a leg spinner. Talking earlier about how difficult and hard that is.
Cooper moves on to 26 from 29, so going at a good rate here is Matthew Cooper.
Slipper's going out now. Coming around this time into the leg side. Just going to be able to run one. There's a lot more open gaps in the field now. 4 fielders in the deep, so still not at the maximum of 5.
I think
Eagard's turn.
I think this again, come back to it. Much better delivery. I think he hasn't really found his spot, his area yet, has Suglal, but it's a testament again, as we've spoken about through the entire innings, of the captaincy of Cyan Hackett. Because apart from that 6 in the over, all the other deliveries, even though they were bad balls, or may have been bad balls, is going straight to fielders. 41 overs, 182 for 8. So 200 definitely looking on the cards here. The projected score has gone up to just in and around that 225 mark that I mentioned when you asked me the question a couple overs ago.
I think at this point it's really just looking to bat out the overs. Don't have to look for anything too big, because the current score and the way that it's trending does look to be a defendable total. So Vinder Singh to continue now.
Wide, and not called a wide by the umpire, but too wide for the batter to get to it.
Batter would have sure been wanting that wide to be called. Wide again, but this time he's able to get some bat on it. That extra cover fielder allows it to go through for 1.
Just a bit of a bubble in the field, and run a ball from here. It should get easily closer to 230.
Well, that was pitched up and driven down to long off. Might have wanted to put that away for some more, but still able to turn the strike over.
And I'm looking here closely, as I mentioned to you a couple overs ago, to see if there's any turn still, given that Suglal and Singh are a bit different. They're a bit different from the bowlers who've gone before them, like a Shazad Mohammed, like a Samir Ali. Samir really gives the ball a right old turn. 50 partnership for the pair, Cooper and Agard, coming in good time, 68 deliveries. And I'm not seeing any noticeable turn.
It certainly has seemed as if it's gotten a bit easier to bat. Of course, these aren't the frontline spinners that we see in operating, so wouldn't get as much turn on the ball.
Yeah, I think that's what's been impressive, in particular with Samir Ali.
He's going up quite a distance. Both fielders straight coming in, and long off takes that catch easily. Does Anderson Mahes. Cooper is going to have to go for 31 now. And the part-time spinner for Vinder Singh has worked the trick.
Yeah, just pitching up a little bit more, inviting that type of shot was Arvinder Singh. And easy catch in the end. It's never easy when it's up there at the NCC and it's up that high. The wind is making the ball swirl around. You're looking into the midday sun. Anderson Mahias did very well to firstly come off the long off boundary and then secondly settle himself under the ball. And once he got to the drop zone and settled himself, did Anderson Mahias, was able to complete the catch. So 9 wickets now down, and we've been talking about them getting up to 225, but now with the final batter Liam Mamchan walking out to the middle, 225 seems a little further off. I'm not saying that they can't get there, but it's going to take some work.
It was this batting partnership that gave them a bit of hope at the end of that last game. See if they can bat out to the 50 mark.
If they can find a way to do that and go at the current run rate, they will get up to 220. Of course, Liam Mamchan, no mug with the bat. He works really hard on his batting.
Not going to get to face up as yet. Eager to take strike. So Suglal to also continue from that northern end. That's going past Liam Mamchan. Down to long on and now gets the strike.
Ducking for cover was Mamchan. Of course, he's come out with the hat on, the orange cap. Looks like one of his Sampami caps. Wouldn't want a copper blow before you even start batting.
Suglal gonna come round the wicket now to him. Put a slip and a short cover in place.
Well played by Mamchan. Pressing forward and just rocking back when he realized what the length was.
That's all that's required here. No need to look for the big shots. Egard can take on the bowling a bit more.
Egard has faced 41 deliveries, so he is definitely the set batter.
I think from even last year to this year, he's really progressed with his batting as Jason Egard. But his left arm bowling as well, very valuable. This time he's off the mark now. The delivery, just clipped that nicely, and it's going to be Jason Egard to face up now.
Yeah, this is why I mentioned a little while ago that if they can find their way to 220, it's going to be a competitive total. The two in the middle here, Mamchan and Egard, they are going to spearhead the bowling, you think.
Egard's going up into the leg side. Mid-wicket is going back, but it's over his head. It's going to be 4.
Yeah, I think he tracked in a little too far, did the fielder on the mid-wicket boundary, and it just seemed to go with the wind because that's the direction the breeze is blowing. As you can see, the fig patch in the back, the fig trees in the back, the wind has carried it even further than it probably would have initially gone. But you just mentioned it, Egard is going to take them on with the bat. And his left-handedness, but as you can see the evidence of the breeze, when they do come out to bowl, that's why he's going to have such a key role in defending whatever target they put on the board. 193 for 9, 43 overs. He's moved on to 26 from 43 deliveries, Jason Egard. Liam Mamchan has just come to the crease to join him. He's only faced the 3 deliveries. 200 is now within touching distance. That good partnership between Cooper and Egard, that 50-run partnership, ensuring that they're now in touching distance of that 200 mark.
Vinder Singh wicket in the last over. Now he gets a chance to bowl to new batsman. Still a slip. Short cover. Just nervously forward on that one. Bring him one. That's exactly how they'd want to begin that over. Bring Agard back on strike to go at the bowling a bit more.
Yeah, good awareness from Mamchan. Just wanted to feel bat on ball a bit, but good awareness. Agard is set.
He's going big at that and he's going behind. He's going to run close to the boundary there. And as he hauled it in, he has not seemed to.
He's done good work in the end. I was looking at, just as he made the stop, I was looking at Leonardo Julian signaling that it might be 4, but he has done well. So just a couple to the total, inching up to 200 now.
That goes through the offside now and it's going to run close there again. Fielder chases after it and it's going to have to go into the forest area there.
He might be practicing for another sport as well, the 110-meter hurdles maybe. But a good shot. Agard looks more and more comfortable.
Athletic jump there.
Yeah, the longer his innings goes on. Just a bit wide from Singh. And Agard did well. He picked the gap most importantly.
This time along the carpet down to long off. Bring him one more. 2 deliveries in the over. As much as it's a last wicket partnership, it's still a left-hand, right-hand partnership, so always going to be extra work in the field. And cut away for one more, so good rotation here being shown by these two. Because even going at just a runner ball is still going to raise the run rate, and now with the 200 up as well.
Yeah, the boundary bringing up the 200 a couple of deliveries ago.
6 overs to bat. Not going to get any runs from that. 202 for 9 after 44.
62 from 60 deliveries from Captain Tariq Mohammed, the standout in the innings so far. And then of course that lower order partnership of 50 between Matthew Cooper and Jason Agard. Cooper has since departed the playing surface and is Jason Agard who's carried on.
Well, Agard's now his second highest run scorer of the innings. Goes to show that top order could have just applied themselves a bit more. Could have ended up with a lot more on the board.
Yeah, I think some of the shot selection from some of the batters were not the right ones. Along with some good bowling though, because they did face some good bowling early up. Especially from John, who had the ball swinging in that first power play.
I'm surprised John hasn't come back to bowl here at the death, especially with this last wicket partnership just progressing a bit. It's always possible for that extra piece to just sneak through sometimes. Suglal into his third over at the moment. Amchan yet to get off the strike. Sweeping around at that one and gonna go straight to that fielder, so just one.
Yeah, well executed sweep shot. As I mentioned, he does work on his batting a lot, Liam Amchan, and that one, getting that front foot forward as far as possible.
We saw that
Covering.
sweep shot at Gilbert Park just a few days ago.
Covering the spin of the ball, getting over it, and importantly, getting it into a gap.
Well, it was winding up there and it went nowhere really.
Good shot for none. Just trying to go with the angle coming into him, up and over mid wicket.
Still no run there, straight to Hackett.
Yeah, just one run in the over. This has been a remarkable over so far. One ball to go from Andre Suglal.
Getting down to sweep, and has the keeper taken that? Well, didn't make any contact with the bat, so it was a very good catch that resulted in nothing in the end.
Yeah, of course, we get a chance to look at it. Of course, we obscured a little bit by the wicket keeper. Of course, he didn't take it cleanly. But 45 overs down, 203 for 9. Standout of 62 by the captain, and now 31 and 33 from Matthew Cooper and Agard respectively. 45 overs gone.
Really has been quite a game so far, really. 203 for 9. Still 5 overs to go, and at one point they really were struggling with some good partnerships later on, as well as the captain's knock. It's really kept them in the game at a point where they really do need the points.
And there was that period where, as you pointed out, he hadn't faced as many deliveries as he probably should have.
I was just watching the wickets at the other end.
Yeah, and some of his batting partners playing some rash shots, missing the ball, putting it into the fielder's hands.
He's put a slip in place. No one else close up.
Yes.
2 in the deep on the leg side.
And Singh will go round the wicket to the left-handed Liam Amchan.
Has that been taken? Yes, it has. That's going to be the end of this innings here. Going for the big stroke against Avinder Singh, wanting to target him a bit in the final 5, but hitting it straight to the fielder.
I think the length invited that shot. It's natural to want to go across the line of the ball, but the line, though, I think the shot selection was a little bit wrong. It should have been going either straight bat or offside, given that it was wider outside the off stump. But nonetheless, it brings the end of the innings. Mamchan, the last batter out. And of course, it was a good catch at short mid-wicket. It was travelling, and he did well to get down and complete the catch.
It's always going to be difficult going across the line, and really was a good catch coming to him really quickly. They had to react in time, and exactly that is what he did. Agard, the batsman, remaining not out at the crease. 203 for 10, the final score. Still 4.5 overs remaining in the innings that they could have taken advantage of, but not so in the end. So the target for the Scarlet Ibis will be 204.
And I think that was the modus operandi and why all the wickets fell for the Hummingbirds. A lot of their batters playing across the line, cross-batted shots, and it didn't work for them today. Of course, the innings has come to an end just about 10 to the hour of 1 o'clock, which is ahead of the scheduled completion of the innings at 1:10 p.m. So we're going to have to wait and find out from the umpires if they are going to come back out for a couple overs before the lunch interval, or if they will take the lunch interval now. But having said that, 203 all out in 45 overs the Hummingbirds, so the Scarlet Ibis will start their run chase in a short while. We'll join you back at the National Cricket Centre in Balmain, Couva in a short bit with the run chase.
Welcome back to action here in the TTCB Under 23 Cup 2025. Hummingbirds batted first up this morning, setting a target of 202 for the Scarlet Ibis to chase down here, as we're about to get that chase underway in just a bit. Still waiting on the Scarlet Ibis batsmen to stride out. There they come. It's going to be Leonardo Julian. It's one of the batsmen. See Jason Egard as well, getting his run in place at the northern end to run in his left arm piece. Very effective, consistent pacer. I'd hope to replicate, maybe do a bit better on what John did this morning. After is going to be a target that they would believe that they could defend, so you want to get them off as good a start as he can. Julian and Mohammed on strike. Shazad Mohammed. Julian is going to take first strike, so he's going to have the left arm piecer to contend with. So I also welcome Mr. Gerard Basso alongside me.
Hello Dylan, hello everyone, and yes, welcome back to the National Cricket Centre in Balmain, Vancouver. And of course, that 201 that you mentioned, they put on the board the Hummingbirds, probably a bit under par in terms of what you may look for in a 50 over game. Of course, they did well to get up to that total half century from their captain Tariq Mohammed, 60 from 62 deliveries, and then some lower order batting between Cooper, a couple of 30s between Cooper and man with the ball in hand, Jason Egard. Got them up to a respectable total of 201.
It is going to be a good enough score for them to do their best to defend here. Yes, a bit under par for 50 overs, but around par for this venue, you would think. He has two slips and a gully in place, does Egard. And right on a length right away.
Yeah, and you mentioned it in the first innings, his left-handedness. And again, this type of venue where you have that predominance of breeze that comes from the east-northeast is going to assist, as we saw with John in the first innings. Jedediah John was able to get the ball to move around a bit, and Egard here getting just a hint of movement away from the left-handed Julian.
We'll have to see how he goes, because do tend to see a bit less movement at this period of the day. Usually when it heats up, it does become a bit more easier to bat. There is a bit more cloud around, so it's another factor to look at.
Yeah, not rain threatening though. Just those kind of white cumulus, I think you call them, clouds.
Yes, those cumulus clouds, and of course the rain clouds, the cumulus stratus.
See, there you go, you learn something every day.
Just one field out in the deep, Mamchan at third man. No one in the deep on the leg side. He's going to try to keep that ball right on that off stump and outside the off stump.
And you mentioned Mamchan down there at third, and it's almost expected he may very well open the bowling with his former under 19 teammate in Jason Egard. He may bowl from this end.
Julian's off the mark now, and the innings is on the way as well.
Just nicely in line with the ball and dabbing it down. Vacant space, as you said, just one fielder outside of the circle, but the positioning of the fielders in the circle, there's still a big gap at fine leg. And the easy run. A stark contrast to how he started against the Masqueraders on a Wednesday, Julian, where his first delivery he put it over the boundary for 6.
He is definitely going to go after the bowling sooner rather than later. Does like to get at the bowling and get on top. You see Shazad Mohammed, who bowled so well up front. Maybe hoping to, well, he actually opened the bowling, so he's opening the batting as well. So leading from the front.
Yeah, good all-round cricketer, Shazad Mohammed.
And he's gone up as a yard. Appeal and the finger is raised. Shazad Mohammed, a golden duck. 1 for 1.
Yeah, good bowling. He got changed the angle immediately to the right-hander going around the wicket. And just a hint of in-drift there. And it's difficult to tell from our angle. To me, I would have suspected it was going down the leg side. But you can see that that ball, he got started outside the off-stump and it just seemed to drift and dip in. Again, the conditions that we've spoken about, that's suiting him.
It's always going to be heading down the leg side from that angle, even from a right-hander who's in-swinging it. Left-hander is going to get even more movement coming across from that angle. So,
and then the estimation of the umpire, it's probably going on to hit the leg stump. Of course, he's in the better position than we are.
Vega didn't even give me a chance to question why he had changed the angle. I always like to see left-handers coming over the wicket, but he's proven me wrong without me even giving him a point.
So just as there was with the Hummingbirds, an early wicket here falling for Scarlet Ibis, Andres Suglal, the new batter in.
So one delivery to go in this first over, and attacking field is made even more attacking with a third slip put in place now, and that gully to boot as well. Is no one. Did so in the end. That's dropped. Well, Never want to start off like that. First ball from Mamchan going up in the air, in the deep end. Really just fumbling it early on here. Really don't want to start and set off the precedent like that.
Mamchan was halfway to the field at fine leg. Good delivery. You talked about that left hand to right hand. This is the opposite. The right hander bringing it back into the left hander. And Mamchan will know Leonardo Julian well and will know that he wants to go after the bowling. And a brilliant delivery, cramping him for room. That shot definitely was not on. Mamchan will feel unlucky here.
Well, he's going after it again. Is the second time gonna be lucky? No, it's not. Dropped again. 2, they run. This time it went a completely different area. Keeper had just tracked back a bit, and seems like if he got quite close to it but didn't judge it as precisely as he should have.
Liam Mamchan would be very upset with his fielders. They're not backing him up. 2 deliveries, 2 balls that are pitched in and around the same spot. Julian looking to go after him and almost identical, just coming off the top edge. Somebody from the back of the commentary booth just told me, you don't drop Julian, he's going to make you pay.
Well, the bat has gone flying this time. Where has the ball gone? I don't think any fielder has recognized where it's going. Everyone eyes on the bat.
Yeah, the bat has gone further than the ball. The ball didn't quite get off the square. The bat ended up almost at fine leg. There are no runs for the bat getting to the boundary, only the ball. There you see the wicketkeeper picking up the ball just in front of him. So Mamchan has seemed to have found his length and line here.
Hopefully those chances can ignite a fire within. Even try even harder to hit these wickets. And again, in that same region, but flew past the fielder so quickly for 4.
Yeah, and this is going to make Mamchan even more upset because this batter is not supposed to be there. You've gotten 2 chances. And on this one, he just strayed a little bit more down the leg side. And easy pickings for Julian. Just helps it on its way past the fine leg fielder.
Those 2 slips in play, that fielder in the deep who's been in action so often at deep fine leg, and there's also a deep square leg. This time way too wide. Seems as if he might just be trying to play to Julian's strength of hitting the ball into the leg side. Especially as it almost proved successful the first 2 deliveries.
Yeah, one would hope that he would have put those 2 drop catches out of his mind. Both batter and bowler, of course. The bowler, you'd want to put those drop catches out of your mind and just stick to your basics. He's changed the angle now. He'll go around the wicket.
Wide again.
And I kind of prefer Mamchan over the wicket because he was getting the ball just a hint of shape back into the left-hander and changing the angle. I understand you want to cramp him for room.
Seems as if we had this conversation last over with regards to Ayard. I do prefer that over the wicket angle as well. I think generally nowadays you see many right-handers coming around the wicket to try to swing it away from the left-hander, and has gone back over now.
He's hurt us.
And Julian's going up, and Julian's going far this time. He's going all the way for 6. All the way towards that purple building.
Yeah, and on this occasion, unlike the 2 drop catches, this one is just too full. And easy pickings for Leonardo Julian. First maximum for the innings. But that's a good line though. It's just his length. He doesn't want to pitch that full.
Julian as well, seeing that full delivery allowed him to execute the stroke more complete and place it a bit more forward or square. And this time it's gone over his slips, trying to hook at that and came off the top edge. Julian has been going guns blazing this over. And really has completely taken on the power play. Even if you think back to the first inning, it took them an eternity to get up to 20. And now 21 for 1 in just 2 overs. Andre Suglal has watched that all unfold while standing at the southern end, and now he's gonna have to face up to Agard after seeing all of that go down.
Yeah, and Liam Amchan will count himself a bit unlucky, and it just seemed to bother him a little bit. Two simple catches, if you think about it. I know it's difficult with the breeze coming across the field from east to west, but you want to go up to the next level. You got to be taking those type of catches and showing.
The amount of drop catches in that over, I thought I was watching Alzari Joseph bowl.
I think Mamchan just seemed to let it get into his head a little bit. Changed his approach going around the wicket, bowled a couple of wides. He seemed to be a little bit disturbed. It'll do him well just to take a deep breath and stay calm and stick to his basics, because he's created the chances.
It's good to see after that they continue with the attack in field now to Suglal. Still no one on the boundary. So if Julian gets on strike, might not be the same.
You mentioned to me during the lunch interval you didn't get a chance to see much of the West Indies women's play. Their third ODI against Bangladesh is going to start in a few minutes. Bangladesh won the toss and will bat first.
Did get to see that Bangladesh would have come out victorious in that last game.
Yeah, they have everything to play for today, because should they manage to beat the West Indies women again, they're going to qualify automatically for the World Cup later in the year, which would mean that New Zealand will slip down the point standings and have to go through qualifiers with the West Indies, Pakistan, Ireland.
Well, it really does put into perspective where New Zealand cricket is right now in the women's game.
That's so odd though, because they had one of the poorer years last year going into the T20 World Cup and still managed to win the World Cup. They lost consecutive series at the beginning of the year, and then they got to the World Cup and they just seemed to be a different team.
Yes, you always get that from New Zealand at world events. Good continuation from Agard into this second over. Just 1 for 1. He's continuing to just nip it away ever so slightly from left-hander. Yet again.
Yeah, Agard has found his spot and he's sticking to it. He hasn't created the chance just yet, but he's found his spot and he's sticking to it. And the breeze, as evidenced by the players' t-shirts and trousers, definitely helping that shape that he's getting away from the left-hander.
This time a bit fuller, but driven straight to that point fielder.
And one of the things I like about Agard as we're looking at him here, he's getting nice and close, tight into the stumps at the non-strikers end. And that's going to help accentuate that movement that he's going to be getting, leaving the left-hander.
Still in shock that wasn't in any of those teams for the North-South Classic. Wide to finish off just as I praised him there.
Yeah, but he's been good. He's been consistent throughout secondary schools cricket, then at national under 17 or under 19 level. He's always been thereabout. Of course, we see the likes of some of his colleagues like an Adian Ratcha, who's still under the age of 19, getting that call up to the national team.
This time he's off the mark now, Suglal. Nice clip into the leg side, and he's gonna come back for a second. So good finish to the over for Scarlet Ibis. Pressure over there, but finishing off with a few runs, 24 for 1 after 3. Just a bit of advice might have been coming out there with the coach just making his way onto the field. A change of shoes as well. It's gonna be Mamchan to continue after that first over we saw. See how Julian goes about this over now. Same type of field looks to be taking effect as well. And he's going big, he's going hard, and he's going all the way for 6. A massive blow from Leonardo Julian. It's really just in his wheelhouse there. Allowed him to play that stroke quite attackingly.
Yeah, just almost a nothing ball from Mamchan. It was neither full, neither short. It just sat up. And Leonardo Julian, we know the power that he presents and he possesses. He just seemed to taken a liking to Mamchan, especially given 2 lives in the last Mamchan over.
Well, I don't think Mamchan is going to be having any discussions with that fielder who dropped the catch. First ball. And pass him straight when he reaches back in.
On both occasions he was already celebrating was Mamchan. He had reached 3/4 of the way to the boundary at fine leg. The first drop catch, he was 3/4 way past the stumps on his way to greet the wicketkeeper. The second one. But again, I think he just needs to stay calm and back his ability.
Wide. Another wide. Just like we saw in that previous over.
And I don't mind that because it shows that he's thinking. His first ball was just on that length that allowed Julian just to stand up and put it wherever he wanted. This one, although it's a wide, he's gone fuller, which tells me he's thinking, okay, what can I do? And there you go. That's the delivery, because that's on the length that Julian is trying to pull. If you recall, the 2 drop catches, it was just in and around that length.
It's right around that length where he was cramping him up for the room.
And that's the line as well. Middle and leg, middle and off. anything wicket to wicket is what he wants to have happen.
And that's surely why you would have wanted him to continue over the wicket.
Of course.
Hard to get that area from around the wicket, sort of getting into the arc. This time a bit wider through the offside and cut nicely towards the boundary. No fielder in that region. And 4 more for Julian, moved up to 25.
And you see, this time the line is a bit wrong. The length is not that bad, because had it been wicket to wicket on that angle that he was bringing the ball into Julian all the time, it probably would have cramped him for room. He would not have been able to cut the ball or even pull it as freely as he might have liked. And of course, at this juncture in the innings, you don't have a sweeper out to cover that cut shot.
Yeah, those 2 fielders deep on the leg side where the first ball would have been dropped.
I'd like to see Mamchan get one of his Yorkers in, because he's a good exponent of the Yorker delivery.
That's going straight this time over mid-off, and 4 more for Julian. He's really not wasting any time here.
And the drop catches are proving extremely costly here for the Hummingbirds. Of course, it's a must-win game for them. They still sit at the bottom of the table. Do the Southeast Hummingbirds, they without any points, and they still want to give themselves a chance to qualify for that final on Sunday.
I feel like the way that Julian played that stroke in particular sort of reminded me a bit of Evan Lewis.
But again, you can see that Mamchan is trying to err on the side of full. He just seemed to, probably he was looking for that Yorker that I mentioned, and just seemed to miss his length.
Short this time and hooked so big. 6 for Leonardo Julian. He's rushing on to 35 now.
It seems like he's seeing it as big as a beach ball.
Well, really, those first 2 deliveries that were dropped were his warm-up deliveries, and since then he hasn't looked back. Said, drop me once, shame on you, drop me twice, hit a century. Hopefully that doesn't prove to be a commentator's curse.
That signal from umpire Arun, one over the shoulder, and that's not necessarily a bad bouncer. It was just a good shot played by Julian. So in that instance, Mamchan should not allow that to get too much into his mind.
Changing to around the wicket now. He's going to keep the strike now, so he's going to finally face up to Jason Agard next over. 46 for 1 after just 4 overs. And just as you said about that Yorker, as we were talking about in the first innings, you can bowl the Yorker at any point in the innings. You don't have to wait until those death overs. And he's also speaking to Liam after that previous game. As we take a look at the points table, Masqueraders on top, Scarlet Ibis and Hummingbirds fighting it out here at the bottom of the table, and well, it's going to be vital for either of these teams to win this game, because depending on what occurs down at Gilbert Park, if Masqueraders go on to win, then it's going to just be a toss-up between these 2 teams here. As well as after that previous game at Gilbert Park that Hummingbirds had lost, Liam had said he does enjoy bowling at the death, but could just bring those death bowling skills here up front.
And that points table that you saw, should they be able to pull off the victory, the Hummingbirds, they'll go on to 3 points along with Central and East, Northeast.
You said you were going to have a phone call down to Gilbert Park to update us on those scores.
Yeah, we'll give you those scores coming out at Gilbert Park in a bit as they become available. But you're absolutely right, Dylan. Death bowling skills, I think, can be applied throughout the entire innings. And I think in Mamchan's instance today, he just seemed to be put off a little bit
think it's
by the
almost
drop catches.
almost a bit of when you have that drop catch. Sometimes you think that you deserve the wicket, so you kind of bowl towards the wicket rather than trying to stem the flow of runs. Much better line and length here from Egard. Julian not looking to be as expansive as he was.
Yeah, I think that those drop catches just gave Leonardo Julian the license to go after Mamchan, because some of the deliveries, to be fair, they were not bad deliveries. It's just Leonardo Julian being Leonardo Julian, playing aggressively, playing with a level of freedom that few of the young ones do play with on a consistent basis. So I don't think Mamchan should feel too disheartened by his figures are not going to reflect how he bowled generally.
And of course, it is the power play. Less fielders outside the circle, so you must attack at this point and chase in a total over 200.
And there's a little bit of the evidence there. That ball was not necessarily there to hit. And Leonardo Julian is playing an aggressive shot. So the first wayward delivery we have seen from Egard, because it's called a wide, which I think might have been a bit harsh, might have been just going over the leg stump because he got inside the line of the ball.
Yeah, maybe about how Julian just sort of stole the wide, the way that he played the shot and got his angle. And this time driven through the offside past a diving cover fielder for 4 runs.
So you see here, it's more of the evidence of the batter than how well or how badly they bowled. And this time Egard just over pitching rather than holding that length he had previously. Probably searching for a bit of swing. But Julian is on the go. 50 on the board already, just inside the 5th over.
Well, I'm not sure if the Scarlet Ibis have got something planned for later. They might want to get out of here quickly.
And I tell you, if we're out of here quickly,
and this time he's going straight over the leg side, mid wicket, has dropped it again. So it doesn't matter which bowler it is, seems like Julian's just putting grease on the bat and grease on the ball for them to drop it all.
I think I'm going downstairs and ask him for the lotto numbers at the end of the game, because he's living such a lucky, charmed life. 3 times dropped. 2 off of Mamchan and 1 off of Egard. So both bowlers now have created the opportunity. But Julian soldiers on, 42 from just 19 deliveries.
Really gonna feel on top of the world here. So you talk about how he has attacking license. It's almost as if his wicket is pretty much in the afterlife at this point. It would have been dismissed 3 times already, just playing on borrowed time. And this time straight back past Egard and 4 more past the sight screen. Is that ball gonna be lost? Might just have a break in proceedings.
Yeah, again, just I think Egard is looking for the swing. I think maybe he's feeling that breeze come across his left shoulder, and he's just looking for the swing. That's probably not necessarily there. And a couple of occasions over pitching here. And again, almost true to form. Every time there's a drop catch, the next delivery or the next 2 deliveries down, you find a boundary coming.
Clipping that into the leg side. He certainly wants all the strike that he can get. Just leaving Suglal with 1 more delivery to face in this over. It really does speak to the state of the game at this point, because Egard, just before that delivery was bowled, had a long off in place, which really would not expect at this stage of an innings when a pacer is bowling. So now Suglal to face up this final delivery of the 5th over. Julian is not gonna let him take the strike. 58 for 1 after 5. I think they chasing this down in a T20 match.
Yeah, had it been a T20, you'd say this is a good power play. The power play 6 overs in the T20 format. Of course, in the longer limited overs format in 50 overs, the power play, the first power play up to over 10, 1 to 10. Second power play 11 to 39, and the third power play 40 to 50.
Was that something that changed over time? There's one point when there was batting power play and a bowling power play.
11 to 40, I beg your pardon, and then 41 to 50.
It's gonna be a change of bowling here. Tariq Mohammed, and batted so well in that first innings. Captain definitely wants to put a hold on things here. Also, just to update you, Julian has gotten to that 50 in rapid time. 51 from 21. You were speaking about how attacking he was in that last game. Maybe he might just want to be even more attacking in this game.
And at this rate, you would kind of think that if he faces 25 more deliveries, he might be 100 and something. And the winning target would be just in striking distance.
It would be really interesting to see how Mohammed goes about here, because it's going to be difficult to defend with the spin. At this juncture here, the bat is in the air, ball is on the ground, and no one has run.
Yeah, almost like an action replay from the second over where he lost the bat and the ball stayed right on the square.
That felt like ages ago.
Yeah, and even though we're in the power play, you can see that the field is spread when Julian is on strike. The fielders in the circle, they're all on the edge of the circle, more or less.
Maybe we'll get back to that. Or maybe it's just how he's hitting the bat all over the place. Maybe that's the key to hitting sixes. Just breaking the bat a bit.
That reminds me, as we see the wide, reminds me of Laura Harris or Grace Harris in the WBBL last season, not this season completed, last year. Had a broken bat.
And this time cut nicely through the offside.
Yeah,
4, it's going to race away. 55 he's on. Not stopping anytime soon, and that's always going to be the challenge, bowling spin in this power play. It's always going to be difficult getting your deep fielders in the right place.
And it just seemed to sit up, and Julian is good enough to pick that gap through point. Of course, there is a short third man and a point fielder in place, and he picked that gap, picking up a boundary. Yeah, remember Grace Harris had a broken bat. She called for a replacement. They were taking too long, and then she said, "It's okay, I'll just go ahead with it." And the very next ball, she hit the ball, the bat broke, but the ball ended up over the long on boundary. 6 runs.
Use the bat. Just like you say, you pay for every part of the bat. You pay for every minute with the batter as well.
Almost like drive till the wheels fall off, bat till the bat breaks.
It's finally gonna run a single here and come back for a second, and it's gonna run away for 4. Well, Julian.
Yeah,
dealing in boundaries.
That's quite remarkable timing, and again, it's a hot day, so the outfield, they're getting value for their shots, and it just seemed to continue running away. I think it was Komal who was running down there to do the fielding.
Well, I think Komal is keeping at the moment.
Oh,
That would have been... He bowls left arm spin. And that's going up. Where has that gone? Is that going all the way? It's just on the boundary line, just before it for 4 more.
same vicinity.
He's hitting it so hard and he's hitting it so fast, it's racing away to the boundary.
Yeah, he's, dare I say, he's eyeing up a century here.
Well, I did mention that a bit earlier. I think he was on 35 at the time.
Dare I repeat it? 63 from 27 deliveries.
Well, we talked about the Caribbean T20 earlier. Definitely excited to see him play in that Caribbean T20. If he doesn't, I'm going to be quite disappointed.
6 overs done. If this were T20, that's a good power play. 71 on the board. And of course, it's
I know Leonardo Julian would have been playing a bit of T10 last year as well for the Samp Army. Bit of the rivalry there between him and Mamchan as well. Well, that change of bowling Tariq Mohammed has not worked. Now it's going to be Gomez into the attack. It's a team with a never-ending supply of left-arm spinners. Here's one of them.
Yeah, and on the first day when they played at Gilbert Park, Isaiah Gomez, as opposed to Antonio Gomez, Isaiah Gomez was quite tidy up until the late end when the Masqueraders were hitting out because they were chasing a target on DLS.
Suglal with 8 deliveries. Julian facing 27.
He's a mere bystander, Suglal.
That was a wide to start off from Gomez. Just awaiting the signal from the umpire so that that Komal right behind the wickets had dislodged the bails. And this time just pushing it. No run. Fielders in the deep at mid-wicket and just mid-wicket. So good to see that not pushing the fielders back all the way for the Suglal. With areas he's hitting so far in this over. Be a feast for Julian if he were to get on strike with ball turning into him. And he knows that. He wants that strike. And he gets it. 2 deliveries to go. Ball turning into him. The matchup. So there's that deep mid-wicket and a long on in place for him. He does have few options still. Can go anywhere over the offside against the turn if he wants to, or he can try to sort of sweep it between mid-wicket and the square leg.
Oh, we've seen him clear the boundary a few times already. Both the sweepers and both the spinners and the seamers.
He's content just playing that down to long on.
I think sometimes the new generation of batters, you put a fielder in a particular position and they back themselves. I'm going to clear the fielder.
Well, it's interesting you bring up that because I do have a similar sort of argument. I feel like at times with the advent of T20 and T10, it's almost as if 74 for 1 after 7 overs now. I feel like it's almost as if it doesn't matter if you place the fielders close or place them on the boundary line. I feel like you tend to see them more on the boundary line because you know the batsmen are going to go at it. So eventually they'll just be a bit short of the boundary line. So just place the fielders there instead. So I feel like we see less attacking field sets more and more often.
Yeah, the shortest and shorter formats of the game. It's been said it's a batsman's game, a batter's game.
So Jason Agard now switches over to the southern end. He's gonna have the wind helping his in-swinger this time. Of course, Julian's also gonna have the wind to hit with into the leg side.
Yeah, we already saw him with a couple of shots to that western end of the ground. It may be the longer side of the boundary, but the wind has helped it a lot.
And he goes with the wind, but has the wind stopped it just a bit? It's fallen into the hands of the fielder, and it's finally the dismissal of Julian after so many drop chances. 64 is what he eventually falls for, and the change Jason Agard to this southern end has worked.
Yeah, Nicholas Ali did well because the breeze, as you see in the trees in the background, the breeze is blowing. So he did well to judge where the ball was and just get in that perfect drop zone. And unlike his teammates earlier, 3 drop catches off of Leonardo Julian, Nicholas Ali said no, there won't be a fourth. But some good bowling by Agard, just holding his length, holding his line. And you can see by Julian that one-handedness at the end of the shot. He never really got to the pitch of the ball, and releasing that bottom hand in an attempt to control the shot. He did no such thing, but he's given them the start that they so looked for. Just a little chip down, but he never got to the pitch of the ball, and releasing that bottom hand to try and control it and clear the infield.
Felt like if he was ever going to get out, it was going to be going for that attacking stroke. He's never going to be edging behind or anything like that. And Denny, the new batsman now, so him bowl a bit of medium pace throughout the first innings, and now he's in at number 4. Of course, Julian would have gotten him off to such a great start, so he's really brought the target down quite significantly. It's really quite simple batting wise to go about things for Ramdeni and Suglal, but of course these bowlers are going to have something to say about that.
You mentioned that target at the start. It was excess, just over 4 runs to the over needed. It's now almost cut in half. It's now 2.9, and going at 10 runs plus to the over. Scarlet Ibis, as you said, thanks to the gentleman Leonardo Julian. And Ramdeni, I felt could have bowled a little bit more in the innings, but I think he fell a little bit victim to the fact that the spinners were taking the wickets, and Sian Hackett didn't have to call on him much today. He has a job to do though with the bat in hand.
So Agard to continue round the wicket now. And really good movement in there. Hope to get back to more regular proceedings now after what we've seen. Denny and Sugal, right-hander and left-hander. So another advantage for the batting team. Sang nicely guided down for 4 runs there.
That's
a
a
wonderful bit of stroke play there. Gentler side of things.
that's a lovely shot. It just seemed to stand up a bit, and he got tall and guided it more than anything through the backward point region. So Ramdeni opens his account with a boundary.
That's his signature Kane Williamson shot.
Yeah, that stand tall on the back foot and just punch.
Oh, what a delivery that was. What a response after that boundary. Got it just to leave him a bit.
Yeah, I think he might have been a bit in two minds there, Denny, because just towards the end of that shot, you see that he broke his wrist a bit and turned the bat. So he's thinking, guide down into that backward point region again. But Agard has found his length from this end, and he's now finding his line as well.
This time pulling for 4. Well, he's not gonna let up at this point. It's almost as if he's continuing where Julian left off.
Yeah, Agard just at the body, but nicely in line with the ball, and the roll of the wrist to get the ball down rather than hitting it up.
Felt like he couldn't quite decide whether he wanted to bowl a full or a short delivery there. Sort of just in between, and it was easy to get on the back foot and pull. This time just keeping it out. Ends the 8 over now, 82 for 2.
So as you mentioned in the previous over, just seemed to continue going on from where Leonardo Julian left off. And run scoring still at 10 runs to the over. Gomez has been the pick of the bowler so far, just 3 runs from his opening spell of 1 over.
Well, I would say that had Agard not picked up 2 wickets already, still take the wickets over that 3-run over. So all the fielders in the circle. Don't want much of a choice because it's going to become increasingly difficult to just defend the runs. So many deliveries available. You have to take the wickets.
And that's what that blitz at the start from Leonardo Julian, that onslaught, and those drop catches, that's what's going to be the situation now. Whereas they would have started off knowing that they can take the time to get the wickets in terms of stringing a couple of dot balls and maiden overs together, and then probably working and producing the wicket. Of course, they still have to do that, create the pressure to get the wicket, but it's a little tougher now.
Nicely timed into the leg side, and there's a quick single there.
Yeah, it's become tougher now that the required run rate has gone down all the way to just a touch over 2 3/4 to the over. One of the things that the Hummingbirds will need to do is they're going to need to still believe that they can pry out a couple of wickets, because at this juncture, as you said, they got to bowl out the Scarlet Ibis. And I would love to see Tariq Mohammed even go back to Mamchan now that Leonardo Julian, who was the most aggressive of the batters, now that he's gone, As you mentioned as well, outside of the power play, going into the middle overs, I'd like to see Mohammed go back to Mamchan. He's given Agard an extended spell here in the power play, along with the spinners.
Good over there again from Gomez. Just one run from it. 83 for 2 after 9.
When you look at that scorecard, 64 from Julian. What he's in fact done, he's already cancelled out that 60 odd from Tariq Mohammed. So the Hummingbirds will be telling themselves, we batted well at the back end of the innings. Now that he's gone, let's tighten up and let's see if we can prevent them from doing what we did at the back end of our batting innings, and still believe that they can pull off a victory, because a victory would give them those 3 points that may very well be crucial towards getting into the finals. Of course, based on what the result at Gilbert Park may be later in the day. You may have that situation with 3 teams on 3 points and it comes down to net run rate.
Net run rate has really been a factor in many tournaments over the past few years. Even in Big Bash that we spoke about this morning, is pretty much everything to play for down to the last game of the group stage. Got so many years in the IPL, you have about 4 or 5 teams who can make it into that top 4. Things change so drastically from every time a few games are played. So Nicholas Ali now.
And speaking of that IPL, I think for the last 3 or 4 seasons, I've heard Ian Bishop from almost day one always telling them, Ian Bishop from the start of the tournament would always say, think about your net run rate early. When you're in a position to win a game, win it.
Sweeping from Suglal, getting down nicely there. And he's going to come back for a second.
And you mentioned the BBL. I think I saw halfway through the BBL that I think it was 5 teams were still in a chance of making it to 4th position alone. Like 2 points separating 6 of the teams.
It's actually the second to last day. There was a double header match, and one team had won and they were in 4th. Then the next team won, they were in 4th. And then on the final day, Melbourne Stars had won and then they were in 4th. So there was continuing news articles saying which team was in 4th. Around the wicket to Suglal now. So really interesting angle from the left arm spinner. It's going to be really difficult for him to get an LBW from this angle.
We talk about that net run rate. Should the Scarlet Ibis franchise complete victory here today, they'll move into 6 points, and should Central Flamingos lose to the Masqueraders, that means that Scarlet Ibis will go through to the finals to play the North Tobago Masqueraders.
Of course, if Masqueraders were to lose, then this game almost becomes irrelevant. Keep Scarlet Ibis in play, but would definitely put Hummingbirds out. So I guess that's another reason why Scarlet Ibis would want to be going so hard at it.
I think they are well aware of what the permutation and combinations and calculations are, because they would have the table, at least the management team would have the table, and they would have planned around that.
So we also see Ramdeni, those boundaries continuing on from where Julian left off. Don't want to leave anything up to chance. It's a wide there. Gomez.
First glance, I just thought that it clipped the pad on the way through, but umpire's in the best position.
Coming in a bit, that arm ball.
Trawling save. Is that Jason Agard there in the covers?
He's keeping it really tight, Gomez.
And we mentioned that they still got to believe and fight all the way down to the end. Captain Tariq Mohammed there at first slip.
This time left him.
We raved about the captaincy of Cyan Hackett in the first innings, and this is an opportunity. Even if they do end up going down to lose the game, it is an opportunity for Tariq Mohammed, who's still quite young, to show what he's made of and what his leadership skills may be, how he thinks about the game and his field sets, his bowling changes. Still opportunity to impress.
So 11 overs now and score is 84 for 2, so 3 good overs in succession here from Gomez and Ali. And you're certainly always going to get that with the spinners after the power play phase.
Yeah, the field is spread a bit now. And just a quick update on the West Indies women and Bangladesh women. Bangladesh women were 6 for 1 after the second over. Cherian Fraser taking a wicket. They have since progressed to 20 for 1 after 4. Saima Khatun, the batter, out for Bangladesh.
Nicely forward, but no run there.
I kind of found it strange. I thought if Bangladesh had won the toss, they would have probably put West Indies into bat, knowing that the West Indies like to chase. Both men and women's team, they just love to chase.
Down to long on for 1. Or maybe they just like to bat first. Of course, they would have won last game batting first.
Yeah, so why broke something that why try to fix something that's not broke? It's going to be interesting to see how that one turns out later in the night. Couple of changes in the field.
Brought in that mid-wicket all the way from on the boundary and brought him well inside the circle. Probably wants to... Well, he's gone and sent the backwards square out on the boundary now. And also caught me a bit off guard because the umpire's on the offside right now.
I think just giving a little added cover in case he plays that sweep shot.
Well, that's the same fielder that just came in at mid-wicket as he resulted in a run-out. Well, there's a lot of excitement, but the umpires don't seem too moved on it.
Yeah, the Hummingbird fielders seem convinced that they've got their man. That's the mid-wicket fielder that Dylan mentioned. Just came into the circle. Good pick-up, good quick release into Komal, and the umpire just blocking our view of where the bat is.
But surely getting himself in a good angle to see it.
Yeah, so your guess is as good as mine, but we're going to have to give it up to the umpires. They've been good for the entire day so far.
What we do know is that the bat was definitely grounded wherever it was, so it's just about where it was grounded.
The Hummingbirds just seem to be convinced that they had their man. bit of pressure being created here by Hummingbirds, bringing that run rate down from over 10 to now just over 7.
Quick single here, come back for a second comfortably in the end. Yeah, high run rate is always going to be prone to dropping quickly.
Yeah, Gomez and Ali doing well. The two spinners as they've come in. And they've just seemed to keep it simple, have Gomez and Nicholas Ali in particular. They just seem to be wicket to wicket, and that just seems to be what they're attempting to do. Let's just keep the ball as straight as possible, attacking the stumps, and just change the length from time to time. Gomez has been going a little bit fuller than Ali, and looking to probably sneak one under the bat and into the stumps.
Trying to keep as much inspiration from the first innings bowling spin as they can. It was so effective.
You can see Gomez here is a lot different from what we would have seen with Anderson Mahis and the other spinners from the Scarlet Ibis team.
Tucked away nicely.
He's a lot quicker than an Anderson Mahis. So far we haven't seen much of a change in the pace of his deliveries. Anderson Mahis, of course, a little more willing to change the pace of his deliveries, of course, getting the ball to grip. Of course, the pitch has been open to the elements, the hot sun, for the better part of a few hours now. And it just seems not to have much spin on the surface as it did earlier in the day.
It's just as we were talking about in that first innings, especially coming down to the end when they were finding batting a bit easier. Did wonder if it would have been much easier going in the second innings, as we've completed 13 overs and 90 for 2 is where we currently stand. I have certainly seen games here before where chasing team under the hot sun does tend to have it a bit easier.
Yeah, 112 runs adrift now. Of course, two left arm spinners in operation. Ali a little bit more slender and a bit taller than Gomez. Gomez a bit shorter and stockier, so they would get the ball to do different things.
There's a lot of left arm spin on this team. So 3 of them in action in that previous game. As if Suklal is content to just sort of play an anchor role in this innings.
Yeah, being an anchor for the innings is one thing, but you still want to keep the scoreboard ticking, and he hasn't done that as proficiently as Ramdeni has done. 7 from 30 deliveries. It just seems even now, Ramdeni just seems unable to just find the gaps in the field.
This time, it's turned away for 4. Ramdeni. How much bat did he get on it? Seems as if he got no bat on it because it's signal leg byes by the umpire.
Just as we're talking about how good Gomez and Ali have been in their spells so far, just probably aiming for those pads and just pushing it a little bit further down the leg side than you wanted. Nicholas Ali, he's paid the price with 5 wides, in fact.
really adapt
4
when
leg buys, I beg your pardon.
about who blinks first, batsman or bowler. And this time it's up and over. Is it over? Yes, it is over for 4. Fielder jumped as high as he could, but couldn't stop it from sailing just over his head. A lovely stroke there. Just going with the turn.
Yeah, I'm not too sure he got all of it. I'm not too sure he timed it as well as he wanted to, because it was so easily could have so easily been taken at mid-off. But he's going to welcome the result nonetheless, Will Ramdeni.
There's 2 boundaries in succession, one off his pad, one off his bat. Wide that time.
And true to form, usually when a spinner gets hit for a boundary, the next delivery is usually quicker.
Actually remember, has come to the end of the 14th over, 99 for 2. Remember one time I was hearing Shane Warne talk about spin, and he said usually when spinners get hit they go faster, and I remember him saying that he used to go slower after he got hit.
Yeah, I think going slower probably would create more of an opportunity than going faster. I think the thought process being that the slower you bowl and give the ball time to grip and turn, and we know that Shane Warne gave it quite the rip. And then of course if you have the batter hitting, chances are they're into that aggressive mode coming at you. So when it's slower, they may very well just pop it up because their hands are hard from going hard at the ball the previous delivery.
There's Gomez again. And into his 5th over, it's only 9 runs he's conceded. And similarly to a pacer, you see they tend to go with the bounce after they get hit. This time nicely guided, but straight to backward point. And you might tend to think maybe they should go for the Yorker after they get hit.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about in the first innings, right? Why not use the Yorker a little bit more rather than just at the death?
Do have to wonder at this point, 7 from 32 for Suglal, if he might just be playing on his mind a bit, because even, yes, as you said, go out there to be an anchor, you do still have to rotate the strike, and he does seem to want to rotate it, but he's continually just hitting it straight to the fielders.
What he doesn't want to do is let it play on his mind that much that he then begins to play rash shots and shots that are not called for. Because you're absolutely right. A lot of his shots have been good shots, just he's found the fielder rather than the gap.
And this time he's found the keeper. And he's gone. 7 from 35 is all he's going to make. 100 for 3 now. Gomez into his 5th over. So economical, and finally a reward.
And I think this is going to definitely lift the spirits of the Southeast franchise. And some good work by Kumar behind the sticks, because it came off the top edge, it popped in the glove and went up, and Kumar just probably not sure where it was going to pop up, just diving and ensuring that he got it back into his gloves. And I think with the fall of that wicket just towards the end of the 15th over, it's going to be the first drinks break in the run chase. 100 for 3, Scarlet Ibis chasing 202 for victory. We'll be back in a short while.
fall of the third wicket after that first drinks break now. Anderson Mahis has joined Ramdeni. So one left-hander replaces another, so keeping that left-hand, right-hand partnership intact. Delivery, a goal from Gomez. And he's bowled him! Gomez, 2 and 2. He's on a hat-trick at the start of his next over. And Mahis goes for a goal and duck. What a sequence of events we've seen here. Straighter delivery, Mahis just missing it completely. And he's completely perplexed as well. Had to stand there and wonder what just happened.
I think maybe just a hint of grip of the service, because when you look back at it, he was getting a bit of drift away from Mahis. Again, maybe just a bit of breeze that you've just been taking the ball slightly away from Mahis and just through the gate.
I think Mahis would know all about that drift.
Being a left arm spinner himself. Wicketkeeper batter Christian Mangra comes to the middle.
Well, now they're back in this game. Hummingbirds certainly hum back into it.
Yeah, they're humming now.
2 for 10 off just 5 overs.
And it's like I was saying a couple overs ago. Now that the big hitting aggressiveness of Leonardo Julian is gone, they gotta believe that, hey, we can make a fight of this. I made the comparison. Leonardo Julian's 64 basically cancelled out the 62 from Captain Tariq Mohammed, and they got to 200 because of Cooper and Jason Agard getting to 30 odd each, and they had that partnership of 50 towards the end. So now they gotta believe even more with the 2 wickets in that over from Gomez that they can now rip through the middle order here and make a fight of it. Still 102 runs to go.
Straighter one there from Ali to greet Ramdeni. Mangra, of course, would have opened in the first game that he played, so a bit of shuffling around for him.
You see, this is also the other side of facing those 30 plus deliveries for just 7 or 8 runs from Suglal. It just kind of puts pressure on everybody else, and you've allowed
Sweeping to no avail.
you've allowed the bowling team to get back in it. And there again, Ali just wicket to wicket and making things happen.
This time he's driven that straight to the fielder. And just like how you were saying that Suglal would have gotten in that position, it's just those are deliveries you just never get back.
Absolutely so.
Oh, and he's going up here. Certainly looked to be bouncing a bit too high. May have been sliding down as well. Didn't get much grip off that delivery.
Yeah, probably just missing. Hit on the thigh pad more than anything, and just seemed to be missing that leg stump. And the signal from Kumal as well, just kind of signaling missing the stumps. But making things happen. As 2 consecutive questions on the LBW from Nicholas Ali.
Again, a maiden over here for Nicholas Ali. We'll get back to Gomez. Gomez now is on a hat trick. 2 consecutive wickets in that previous over. Mangra, the new man, still yet to face a delivery. That maiden over there proving to be a bit more vital than you might think.
What a delivery to face first up. A hat-trick ball. Not a bad ball to serve up, making the batter play. You miss, I hit.
So hat-trick averted. Well, interesting there. So Gomez come really close to the stumps to deliver that delivery. Umpire almost had to sort of duck towards the left there. I think he's having a discussion there with him. Get so close to the danger area.
Not quite ready, Mangra. I also mentioned earlier in the run chase that going into these middle overs, especially now more so that they've picked up the wickets.
Again, you see the umpire just having to poke his head out and to the side of him.
I think at some point in these middle overs, Tariq Mohammed you'll want to go back to your seamers. Give Mamchan and Agad, give them another run at the middle order here. And of course, that's always part of leadership as well. Still being able, even though your bowlers may have come under a bit of stick from some of the batters, still have the confidence to go back to them.
Yeah, definitely 100 for 4 after 17. So another maiden there. 2 maidens in a row. But just as you say, it's almost as if when you start a new game on a new day, start with a new slate. Same thing you can apply to a new spell.
Yeah, so many times. Even recently, I was telling someone that even Akil Hussain, who's the number 1 white ball bowler, T20 bowler in the world, there are many times where Akil would have started his spell and gone for a lot of runs, and then his subsequent spell, you'd have come back well.
That is always going to be a challenge when you open the bowling as a spinner. It isn't always going to go your way.
Yeah, a couple of days ago, Kyle Myers took him for 2 sixes in his opening over.
Of course, look at it like that, of course, would be well known to Kyle Myers, so have to consider that as well as a captain. Coming forward there, Ramdeni.
Yeah, after that opening over, Nicholas Puran decided that he's not going to go back to him, he's going to go to Alzari Joseph. And then eventually when Hussain had bowled later on, he ended up with, I think, 4 overs for about 28 or 27 runs, if memory serves correctly. So he came back well. So that second spell is possibly, even with the West Indies women recently, the last ODI, Cherry-Ann Fraser, her first spell, 2 overs with 20-something runs. Her second spell, her second 2 overs, only conceded about 4 or 5 runs.
Swept hard over leg side. And all the way for 6. What a sweep shot that was.
Yeah, Nicholas Ali just over pitching, bringing that front leg forward. Just really right in the hitting arc, in fact. And making good contact, going down to up and clearing the boundary. 106 now after 18 overs.
Well, had that not been sent to the boundary for 6, that would have been 3rd consecutive maiden over.
Yeah, so just the release of some pressure here from Ramdeni. Mangra still to get off the mark. Still 96 more runs needed.
96 from 192, exactly half the runs needed off of the amount of deliveries. Run rate of 3. Seems to be a bit of concern for
Ramdeni it is. They seem to be cramping up probably. It is quite hot out there. Getting some fluids by Lakan Singh running out some fluids to him.
Is that the pickle juice?
And the umpire just calling for something here for him as well. Ricky running out some more, probably some tablets or some tablets in fact. So all's good now.
Gomez to continue from the northern end. There's an appeal there. Umpire's not moved at all.
Well, the umpire did move. He just shook his head though. But again, Gomez just attacking the stance. But even from that angle, you can see that it was looking to go down leg side.
Stuck on the crease there, wanting to scramble a quick single but unable to.
Yeah, so they fought their way back really well here, the Hummingbirds. Mamchan there just moving around at short fine leg. In the air.
Sweeping again, he's loving that sweep shot. Well, both of them are loving that sweep shot. 4 runs, Mangra off the mark.
Yeah, again, just into the hitting arc. And helping it along its way over that backward square region. They want to be aware here, the Hummingbirds, not to give it away.
He's going to appeal for a stumping this time, and it's gone! Mangra has to go after that sweep shot. 4 runs then out.
Yeah, just to the naked eye, it did look good because that back leg just seemed to drift outside of the crease and it never really got back.
Oh, you don't want to be doing that.
Ooh, it's a little bit difficult to tell from our angle. The foot did raise, but even on that angle, you can see that the foot, even as it raised, it just didn't get down behind the line. So it seemed to be a very, very good call there from umpire Arun, standing at square leg. So the Mangra little blitz has come to an end. You get to look at it here again. The foot never got back behind the line. Some good work from Kumal. What it does though is it brings the captain Cyan Hackett to the middle. We spoke about his captaincy. We spoke about his bowling, and we mentioned that he's coming off of 101 not out in the CCC trial match. So we know he's a great all-round cricketer.
He's also in form as well. Gomez that time just going a bit wider to beat the outside edge, utilizing all of his possible variations in flight and trajectory.
So wickets for Hummingbirds. They have 5 now. They're going to be telling themselves, they need to be telling themselves, we need just 5 good deliveries. They still need 90 odd runs, 92 to be exact. We can find the 5 good deliveries in the remaining 31.2 overs, and we can probably sneak away with a victory here. And no such luck for the West Indies women. They haven't been able to pick up another wicket. The end of the first power play in that one, 10 overs in. Bangladesh women are 49 for still the loss of just 1 wicket. Now Now halfway through the 11th over.
Hackett's first delivery. And Hackett goes past the bowler and past the diving fielder for 4.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how close it was to that fielder. In fact, it was in the air, out of the reach, and just on the bounce, taking it away from the hand of the fielder at mid-off.
Oh, luckily they found it back in time.
Yeah, Rahul Ali, it is positioned at mid-off there.
You know, that beautiful side screen tends to eat balls.
Just the thought there for a moment of putting the long off back, but he's called him back into the circle.
Good finish. 3 for 18. Gomez has really stepped up in the second innings and tried to bowl his team into top position here. 114 for 5. Then he goes straight and long. It's gonna go all the way. It's going really far. I'm not even sure where that would have went along the ground actually.
In fact, just a couple of bounces, into the boundary rope. But that's a good shot though, looking to hit straight.
4-2 deliveries are going. Another 4 now, so it's really just swinging back and forth the game. His run rate has continued to be over the required rate, but wickets have always fallen.
Yeah, not bad going at all from the spinners. They're not going to mind the boundaries, as you say, that they've managed to pick up wickets. It's not quite to that point of panic yet because there are too many boundaries being hit. Good tight bowling here from Ali.
Cut. Great fielding continues.
And you say great fielding continues. After those initial drop catches, the Hummingbirds just seem to realize, hey, we can't let this one slip away. Of course, the departure of Leonardo Julian would have helped a bit with the confidence, and that confidence has now translated into the field where they've managed to stymie the run flow. They've now cut that run rate that was almost 11 down to a run a ball, 6 runs to the over. At one point they got it down as low as 5 runs to the over.
So Hackett, one delivery to face in this over from Nicholas Ali. Well kept out. 119 for 5 and 20 overs have now been bowled. So Gomez, 3 overs remaining. I think we're gonna see the first bowler bowl out here. In the first innings, I thought at times one of the bowlers was gonna bowl out, and then see some of the spectators, some of the parents.
Yeah, he's been really good, really the pick of the bowlers. Gomez, 3 for 18 from his 7 so far.
So Ramdeni running back for a second. So Ramdeni's definitely looked good so far, up to 29 now. He's hit a few boundaries, but also looked to rotate strikers often as he can. I think, along with his captain, could put together a good partnership here. Round arm on that occasion.
And we talk about how good Isaiah Gomez has been, and just the 20 runs. But picking up those 3 wickets, he's been predominantly wicket to wicket.
Going hard at that, Ramdeni.
You mentioned he's probably going to bowl out his 10 overs, 2 overs to go after this one. It's going to be interesting to see who Tariq Mohammed calls on from that end whenever Gomez completes his spell.
The interesting thing about someone like a Jason Agard is he's taken a wicket from each end, so difficult to really say which end he prefers, but more than likely he'd prefer that end.
You mentioned it at the start that left armers just seem to like that northern end because they get the assistance of the breeze coming over that left shoulder.
Oh, and that's going straight past the bowler, and 4 more. Ramdeni looking very comfortable here now.
Short and wide, he could have put that anywhere he wanted. He chose to go straight back over the bowler's head. He beat that long on fielder running around. End of another over, end of 21, 125 for 5.
Always gonna get those deliveries that are easier to hit towards the boundary, and given the run rate required, you don't have to push things along too quickly. Hackett and Ramdeni just need to keep reminding each other that the run rate is under control.
And you mentioned how good Ramdeni has been, and I think that's what has happened. He's been very watchful, astute in his defense, solid in defense, and when he's gotten those bad balls like that short and wide one, he's been good enough, and he's trusted his game enough that he's able to put it away for a boundary.
What Gomez has done, he's also used the crease a bit more than Ali. I feel like Ali's been a bit pretty much repeatable consistency, but Gomez has gone wide and close to the stumps on occasions. No wicket yet for Ali. Want to change that for sure. Nicely forward and defended. Turning over the strike, simple work here. Isn't gonna be the easiest task for Hackett because he does enjoy striking the ball, but as a captain he certainly wouldn't want to lose his wicket cheaply. So Ali there just running off.
Yeah, I think because he felt he almost got through. One of those balls, he played that off the stumps, in fact. And I always tell the bowlers, hit the top of off if you can. And that's what Ali has continued to do. He's continued to just be wicket to wicket, as you mentioned, just that repeatable, simple action and approach.
Oh, this time he's going behind him, as Ramdeni.
He was appealing Ali, probably thinking that it came off the pad. No run in the end. So come to the end of another over. $126 for 5 after 22. 76 runs adrift of their victory target. You would think with just a required run rate of just about 2.5 runs to the over, you would think that the pendulum still swings in favor of the Scarlet Ibis from the north-northeast zone. Gomez will get his 9th over, so looking more and more like he is going to bowl out from that northern end. The National Cycling Velodrome sitting just to the back of that sight screen at the northern end.
Driven nicely from Hackett. Again, backward point has been in action quite often throughout this match.
Yeah, that's Liam Amchan at a backward point. I would like to see him get the ball. I'm not sure if he has a preference of ends. Maybe from that northern end. Once Gomez completes his spell.
We talk so much about the Yorker. Well, we've seen it from the spinner now.
And a chance of almost a run out come stumping. He was tracking down the pitch was Ramdeni.
Well, Beals dislodged again. Excitement all round, but it's only a wide.
Komal has been good behind the sticks. He took that a wonderful catch earlier where it just seemed to pop up out of the gloves. He recovered well.
This time a bit too straight and clipped away for 2 easy runs.
They desperately need to find a way to pry another wicket here, do the Hummingbirds. And I think when Gomez finishes his spell, I think Tariq Mohammed should really Mamchan or Agard from that northern end. As the breeze picks up, as I say that.
I think at times, well, appeal, but didn't have much going for it. Definitely heading down. I think at times through the first innings, you were able to sort of string together partnerships later on because it was sort of just same type of bowling over and over again. Just need to change it up a bit more often. This time it's past Mamchan, all the way towards the boundary for 4. And then he moves up to 39 and played a good shot there.
And as Mamchan retrieves that one, I think bowling him from that northern end, Mamchan that is, I think it may very well suit him in terms of those Yorkers that we know he can bowl so well and so proficiently. That breeze may very well just help him to get those Yorkers coming into the right-handers. 134 for 5 at the end of 23. So I would definitely like to see Mohammed go back to one of them, if not for an extended spell, at least give one of them at least 2 overs from that northern end.
Bit of discussions with the umpire.
In consideration, of course, that the longer the innings goes, you're going to need to have 5 or more bowlers. I'm not quite sure that Scarlet Ibis, who sit third on the table on 3 points, tied with Central Southwest Flamingos on 3 points, net run rate separating the two. Flamingos with a much better run rate, and I think that run rate of -2 would have been in the minds of the Scarlet Ibis, hence the onslaught and the choice to send Leonardo Julian at the top of the order early to give them that impetus, try to win the game inside probably 30 overs, which probably seems a little less unlikely now. But probably winning inside 40 overs will give their net run rate a boost that they need.
It's going to be much more difficult for them to boost that net run rate now. Sweeping now is Hackett, and sweeping all the way for 4. No one in the deep to cut that off, and easily taken advantage of. Just a bit too straight from Nicholas Ali.
Yeah, gave it some good generous flight, but the straightness of the delivery that ended up being just right in the hitting arc, where Hackett could just bring the front foot forward and help the ball along the way.
So you brought up that point, as we saw in the first innings, struggling to get that 5th bowling option in, and I do wonder if, just for the general development, if it should be a bit more advised to get that 5th bowler in earlier, get more options into play as far as from a developmental point, and also just the fact that generally when you play ODI cricket, you do introduce your 5 bowlers more up front rather than just have one bowl all the way through.
That being said, of course, it's not a hard and fast rule, and sometimes conditions don't allow it. As I had mentioned when we were talking about it in the first innings, I think Hackett was kind of probably expecting maybe that his spinners would clean up the batting lineup, so he did not necessarily need to go to his seamers again. So situations sometimes dictate differently, but I do agree with you.
Set straight now. Just gonna settle for 1 Hackett.
Because it's all once you're any level below first class level, it's all about development. On the 23, on the 19, on the 17, on the 15, on the 13, it's all about development. Development at different stages, all with the hopes of feeding into the senior teams.
Because generally we have seen that with the batsmen. We see different batting combinations, different openers. So 24 overs now gone. It's 139 for 5.
Yeah, and I think when you look around international cricket, some of the teams that generally do well at international level, they have that feeder going all the way down through age group cricket, where they have a lot of their youngsters always playing cricket, whether it's the NCL and WNCL in Australia, the county system in England, Ranji Trophy and the other competitions in state competitions in India. They tend to do well constantly and always be constantly there or thereabout when it comes to international cricket, and that development definitely is important. So yes, that bowling change that we were talking about, Matthew Cooper gets the ball from the northern end.
One of the many left-arm spinners we see in this Hummingbirds team. You must note as well that Joachim isn't playing today.
Yeah, himself, Joshua Telemark, unavailable for this game. Antonio Gomez off to national duty. 30-run partnership in quick time here between Hackett and Ramdeni. Ramdeni has continued along nicely. He's on 39 now from 57 deliveries. Hackett has now given his strike rate a little bump. He's now over that 100 run per 100 ball strike rate. Sprawling save once again from Jason Agard. Remains on the ground for a bit.
Again, Jason Agard in the act.
Yeah, I think the ball is following him now. He probably is giving a little wink to Tariq Mohammed.
And up and over the offside. Is it gonna race away? Fielder gives chase and it does race away from him. 4 more for Ramdeni, who's looked really good and continued to just a bit too wide from Cooper. And very well placed. In spite of all of that, Agard was down. Didn't even go past him. This time retains the strike. 147 for 5 after 25.
Yeah, so the halfway mark now, and they're looking comfortable, and they should get these runs, you would think. But this is a funny old game. So, double bowling change. The captain himself, Tariq Mohammed, will take the ball at the southern end or the administrative center end.
Same end you would have bowled from earlier in a much different game situation. Of course, it's going to be tuning it into Ramdeni now, so it's another factor. Denny facing up and dot to begin with. And this time he goes big over the leg side. Where has that gone? It's gone massive. It's 6 runs. Ramdeni has brought up his 50.
Yeah, and much to the delight, even as we sit inside the administrative center, we can hear downstairs the applause of his teammates. 7 4s, 2 6s for Giovanni Ramdeni. So the choice of the captain, Tariq Mohammed, not working out here. At least not just yet. Already 6 runs in the over, not what he would have wanted.
This time through the offside and well stopped. Quiet run rate going down to 2 now.
I'm not entirely too sure they're thinking about that run rate just yet. in terms of it being that low. I think they're thinking with Captain Hackett out there, I think he's thinking, let's just finish this game. Let's finish it. Let's not think about whether or not the other game is going to have a result where Central and us, we end up on the same amount of points. Let's just finish it, get to 6 points, and then work it out after that. 26 overs done, 153 for 5, 150 coming up in that last over with that 6.
I'm still waiting on your update on the score down at Gilbert Park.
Yeah, I haven't been able to access that score just yet. Maybe that means that the game is finished. But I do think that the North Tobago Masqueraders do look the strongest of the teams in the tournament, as Matthew Cooper continues from the northern end. They do look quite strong in all facets of the game. They haven't dropped many catches in the tournament.
Oh, and that's gone over the leg side this time. 4 more runs, this time for Sion Hackett. Continuing to count those runs down, and they look very comfortable in this partnership. It's a bit overpitched. Of course, that's the flip side of bowling out your experienced bowlers early, is that you reach this point and you introduce more of the part-time options. It does allow you to get a bit of a hold of them.
And this is, again, going back to captaincy, Sion Hackett here showing that he wants to finish this game, as opposed to the reluctance of Tariq Mohammed to go back, even if just for a couple overs apiece, go back to your seamers who were quite good at the start. And as you mentioned, going to probably someone who you might think is a part-time spinner in Matthew Cooper.
A full toss this time, and rightfully dispatched again from Sion Hackett, this time for a maximum.
Yeah, Sion Hackett here just making use of what's being served up. Christmas may be gone, but he's gotten a late Christmas gift here from Matthew Cooper. And that run rate, that required run rate, that's 6, bringing up the 50 partnership. So they've now struck out in terms of knocking off that half century from Tariq Mohammed at the top of the order. And now this is the 50-run partnership that the Hummingbirds had at the end of their innings. And
just searching a bit for that ball.
Quite rapidly, the run rate required has come down below 2.
Just as I was saying, that run rate dropped to 2. It's going below 2 now. It's well past the mango tree.
Well, beyond that mango tree is the bamboo patch, and beyond the bamboo patch is the river. So let's not hope, or let's hope it's not bounced off of any of those trees and into the river. We're going to have to replace the ball.
Well, it's the dry season, so the river mightn't be that daunting.
I think umpire Simon Arun, just out of your shot here, is actually kind of calling for the box of balls. So with the 39 now needed, that's just 6 more of those big hits and a couple of singles, and they're going to win the game comfortably. And I mentioned the thought probably at the start of finishing within 30 overs. Now with Sion Hackett really on the go here, 24 from 17, he's set. And you would think maybe not 30 overs, but before 35 overs, it's going to do their run rate the world of good, but they will definitely go up to 6 points, and that's a little bit more important. I was just mentioning that I think North Tobago Masqueraders are the strongest of the teams. They haven't dropped many catches in the tournament. Their bowlers have been really good. Their spinners and their seamers have been really good. They've managed to, except for the first game where they leaked some runs and Antonio Gomez took them to task and got that century. In that game, their batting showed up. The likes of their captain Jeremiah Cruikshank, Zachary Siwa with a couple of late shots, Kyle Ramdu in that first game getting to 44.
Well, interestingly, I don't think I've gotten to see them play any games as yet.
So they've been convincing in their victories on day 2 of the competition, being able to bowl out the Scarlet Ibis team, and you can see the power hitting that they possess, and the Masqueraders were able to restrict them to 109 inside of about 35 overs. So they've been good. Even in that last game, we saw the likes of even so far as they lost wickets en route to the target, the likes of Chadion Raymond coming in lower down in the order and hitting some big ones and getting a little knockout. They have the luxury that they have not played the national under-19 captain Orlando James in all their games. He didn't play that second game.
About to resume here now. Cooper to continue.
So the fact that Mikael Govaya, for example, didn't play the first game, played the second game. Orlando James, who's a national under-19 captain, didn't play the second game but played the first game. That just shows a bit of the depth that they have in their team. I think it's in their hands to repeat the championship.
Well, again, that's what you want to do from a developmental standpoint. Give as many players as you can an opportunity. 163 for 5 now after 27.
Yeah, definitely, and I think it's definitely a great inclusion if we look at that bigger picture. And I remember having a conversation some time back with our colleague Kadir Mohammed, and we were talking about the fact that when you look back, there's the COVID era, those couple of years where nothing really was happening around the world, so we lost out a bit of cricket. And then prior to that, a few years back, there was not this much cricket going on in the West Indies. You didn't have the Rising Stars Challenge going on. You didn't have CCC and the Academy being a part of that first class setup.
I guess CCC was always an off and on sort of thing.
But more recently, we've seen them be there all the time.
Going hard at that Hackett, a laboured shot, but it's only going to make it towards Mamchan on the boundary as runs 2.
So over the last few years, having these tournaments has meant that development that you talk about is just taking a bit of a uptick in West Indies cricket, and it's lovely to see. I think maybe at some point we're going to see an under-13 Rising Stars championship.
We had the under-13 Trinidad versus Jamaica recently.
And last year Trinidad versus Guyana. The year before that, under-13 Trinidad versus Guyana. We went across there, they came across here.
It's always great to have as many players playing as you can. Sometimes you might unearth some talents that just never expected to find otherwise, and even outside of that, you just get to play the game and grow as a person or learn from it as well. And that's going over leg side, and it's gonna go for 4. Mamchan chased after it, but it went past him in a flash.
Wow, that's a shot and a half. Just a flick of the wrist from Sion Hackett, and one bounce. It was past the boundary rope and Leo Mamchan, as you said, in a flash.
He really didn't hit it all that hard. It just timed it so well.
Yeah, that flick of the wrist is what took it wide enough of Mamchan, who is at a long on. So 32 now needed. And looking to do this in quick time is
Again over the leg side, this time so big, fielder can only watch it sail over.
Into the bleachers at that southeastern end of the ground.
We absolutely love those bleachers, the most comfortable bleachers I've ever seen.
And I think Cyan Hackett is trying to finish it in this over. The problem is he only has one ball again to face.
Well, Tariq Mohammed, one captain against the other. Know who's winning the individual battle.
And not to forget the contribution here of Giovanni Ramdeni. We spoke about being the anchor in the innings, and
forward and flashing that through the offside this time. A 360 angle playing all over the ground on Cricket 360.
yeah, 3 consecutive boundaries, 2 boundaries and a 6 to end the over. At the end of 28, 180 for 5.
He's moving towards that 50 now, is Hackett. He's definitely going to have that in his sights.
Yeah, we were speaking about it when Suglal was 7 from about 28 or 30 deliveries, about him possibly being the anchor. But what ended up happening is that Ramdeni has ended up being the anchor, because he did the right thing. He soaked up a couple of dot balls, but when he got the bad ball, he kept the scoreboard ticking, which Suglal didn't do. So you can't underscore the importance of this innings from Giovanni Ramdeni. Didn't bowl as much today, but he's showing that he's that good an all-round cricketer. And again, just August, what we're chatting about in terms of the development of players and players being able to put up their hands at different points and show the different aspects of their game.
Bit of a misfield there from Gomez. Allows Hackett back on strike, and even what we've seen from Hackett, he allowed all of his younger bowlers to bowl as much as they could have in the first innings, and now as well allowed a lot of batsmen to come before he eventually introduced himself.
Yeah, because on evidence of his hitting, it could have been so easy. He could have come 1 down when Leonardo Julian got out.
He's going up again, over a long on. There's a flat 6 there. It went so quickly.
Yeah, so Gomez having a bit of a break and then coming back to bowl his final over here. And just clearing his front leg just a tad. Opening the hip and giving his arms a bit of a free rein at going at the ball, over pitched from Gomez nonetheless. And Cyan Hackett has, I think he's lost another ball.
Certainly making a name for that now.
And just about 3:30 p.m. Eastern Caribbean time, and it looks to me that we may have a bit of an early afternoon yet again. Thanks to the Masqueraders on day 2. We had a bit of an early day on Wednesday. Now thanks to the Scarlet Ibis, we may have an early day again.
We see Hackett, number 55, losing balls on this ground, just like Kyron Pollard used to, number 55 as well.
And Coach Mickey from Scarlet Ibis just walked past us and said, yeah, we'll see you on Sunday at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Of course, the finals for this TTCB U23 tournament 2025 will be played on Sunday afternoon at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. On Sunday, in fact, at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. And all indication is that it will be Scarlet Ibis against the Masqueraders. So I've finally got, as we still look for the replacement ball, I finally got the word that North Tobago Masqueraders made it 264 for 8 in their 50 overs. And Central Southwest are batting 64 for 1 up to the 14th over, just before the first drinks interval. So the game is on up there. But again,
very good batting track up there.
Yeah, Gilbert Park. So if you're in the area, you can probably pass in to Gilbert Park and have a look at some of the young talent in and around Trinidad and Tobago from the North Tobago zone and also the Central Southwest zone. Antonio Gomez now has, Isaiah Gomez, I beg your pardon, now has the replacement ball in hand.
And Hackett goes again, a repeat dose.
Is that a replay that, Jason, is that a replay that you just put up?
The umpire has replayed his own signal on the field.
Yeah, no, no single digits.
Well, and that's his 50 as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it should be. Yes, it is. 53.
Wonderful striking from Sion Hackett.
5 fours and 4 sixes.
Captain's knock there till hopefully he would hope the final moment as well.
A strike rate of just under 200. And should the North Masqueraders, as we've been seeing, North Tobago Masqueraders, restrict that Central Southwest Flamingos team, then it's going to be this Northeast Scarlet Ibis team versus North Tobago Masqueraders in the final on Sunday. But of course, it's a strange old game, and Central Southwest Flamingos may very well win, and you have a situation where you have 3 teams on 6 points.
Gonna have a lot of calculations to be done if that's the case.
Yeah,
Glad I'm not part of those calculations.
What Hackett has done here, along with that opening blitz from Julian, is it's helped their run rate. So if it does end up in that situation with 3 teams on 6 points, he's given them all chance to be in that final on Sunday.
You were saying just 2 overs ago that they can't finish it in 30.
Well, I also did say that I think Sion Hackett is trying to finish it in that over. The problem was he only had 1 more ball in the over to face. Of course, I was mentioning finishing it in 30 overs may have been off the cards based on Sion Hackett hadn't come to the wicket just yet, and he hadn't started hitting out just yet. But 30 overs to complete the game, I think that's well within play here now. Have we gotten the replacement ball?
I think we have. I just saw someone walking back with a box of balls towards the pavilion.
Yeah, I think the umpire is signaling to the players come back onto the field. We've got a replacement ball from the box.
I'm sure the fielding team would want to just delay the inevitable at this point.
And they've struggled, and that's not a knock or anything negative on the talent that the Southeast team has. They just could not string together a complete game in this tournament. When you think about the fact today they've lost out some of their quality players. Antonio Gomez, as I said, going off to national duty.
This time hoiking it past the mid-wicket fielder, and it's going to go between the gap of those 2 fielders, almost colliding for 4.
Yes, indeed, he signaled it now. So they've lost out a couple of quality players in Damian Joachim, Joshua Telemark, and Antonio Gomez. And then you
Certainly Joachim was bowling very effectively in that last game.
And of course you have the likes of former national under 19 players, Jason Agard, Liam Mamchan, in their ranks. And so it's not a knock on their talent. We see here today Isaiah Gomez. I mentioned on day 1 against the Masqueraders he was good until after the rain when the Masqueraders were going all out for victory anyway.
It's always going to be difficult to grip the ball as a spinner after the rain is wetness, and they're going high and hard and so far. Is that the game? That is the game. He's walking off already, Sion Hackett. Scarlet Ibis have really produced a substantial performance here, finishing in less than 30 overs, finishing in the 29th over.
And he's done the Steph Curry on them. Steph Curry would throw up a three and then turn his back and not even look at it go in. He hit the shot and he turned his back to walk off. He knew he hit it that well, Cyan Hackett. That's just the evidence of the form that he's in, as we mentioned, that 101 in the CCC trial match. And
I have to pass off the question to you. Which innings was more entertaining, this or Julian's innings?
I think for me, Cyan Hackett, because of the fact that he did not offer up any chances. And now Julian could not control the other side of the equation. You offer up the chances, you can't control whether they take the catch or not. But I just like the way that Cyan Hackett has gone about his business. He played down a few dot balls, but he used his feet well. He played generally with a straight bat, and when he was playing cross-batted shots, he ensured that he got down to the pitch of the ball, playing that sweep shot. A couple of deliveries they overpitched, and he used his wrist well. He played more of a variety of shots than Julian, and that's not the takeaway from the entertainment that he offered Leonardo Julian at the start of the innings.
Because really, when you look at Julian's innings from an impactful way, really, when you start off in that way, it allows everyone else who follows to have such an easier job.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. So the congratulatory handshakes, the greetings, and the commiserations, and a bit of a hug here and there. Most of these players do know one another. They play so much cricket together at club level, national age group levels. Many of them all good friends. Stephen Ramke soon there of the Hummingbirds, and it'll be a tough loss here for the Hummingbirds. They've had a hard tournament. They haven't won a game. Many of these players will be moving on to another level. They'll be older than 23, but they can look forward to the next year and rebuilding the team with those coming up from the under-19 level. And they'll hope to do better in the 2026 edition.
Certainly never want to lose a game of cricket, but it's always great getting the experience in this tournament. And is it always going to be a winner and a loser regardless of what sport you're playing? So it's always about taking the positives out of the game and tournament and moving forward with those. And well played to Scarlet Ibis in the end. They'll just have to wait and see who they meet up in the final on Sunday.
Yeah, I think they just by the expression from Coach Mickey, I think they're expecting to play the North Tobago Masqueraders. We spoke about it, the fact that they're the stronger team, so they're not really expecting Central Southwest to really get after that 264. But of course, we have a little bit of time before we find that out. But nonetheless, we've been entertained today by multiple batters. We've seen some great spin from both teams. Someone had to win, someone had to lose. And that will bring us to the end of day 3, at least from the National Cricket Centre in Balmain, Couva. The TTCB Under 23 Cup 2025, the finals on Sunday at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.